Let it. Let it.
Great news! The Selection Lucky Spin has been completely reworked. Pick your own rewards. Enjoy massive discounts. Select total draw rewards. Increase your chances of drawing your desired items. Come take a look. Tap here and choose Selection Lucky Spin to go to the event page. This Lucky Spin event introduces a completely new draw experience. Choose items according to your preferences. To form your own prize pool. After making your selection, you get a discounted 10 draw that's only valid during the event. The draw costs only 300 UC. Furthermore, first daily single draws during the event cost only 10 UC. It's a super sweet deal. As you continue drawing, you'll get total draw crates. Different quality total draw crates require drawing different amounts. Reach a certain number of draws to get the corresponding total draw crate. The higher the crate's quality, the more valuable its rewards. Get tons of material rewards with a single 10 draw. Most importantly, when opening crates, priority is given to items you don't already own, so you don't need to worry about getting something you've already drawn. Just have fun drawing rewards. It's super easy to get your desired items. Doesn't that sound amazing? What are you waiting for? Event period, April 18th, 2025 through May 15th, 2025. Join the Selection Lucky Spin event now.
Rondo is here. Are you overwhelmed by all it has to offer? In this video, we'll be going over one of its unique features. Rondo is much larger compared to other maps, and it has features that other maps don't have. For example, in Erangel, throwing a frag grenade won't destroy the terrain, yet in Rondo, doing the same thing blasts a hole in the ground. Other than frag grenades, you can also destroy terrain with pickaxes and vehicle explosions. They each shape the terrain at different speeds. Frag grenades are the quickest. Just toss it and let it explode. Vehicle explosions are next, which also leave behind wreckage that provides cover. Pickaxes are slowest. It takes a lot of swings to dig a pit. All three methods let you create a temporary shelter to hide in, which gives you a greater chance at survival. When you're in trouble, you can rest at the cover you created. Note that in Rondo, only the ground can be terraformed. Buildings, water, and cement are indestructible. During combat, you can create a hiding space for yourself and wait for enemies to come close to catch them unawares. If you're in an open area with minimal cover, try using a smoke grenade first to obstruct your enemy's vision, then create a temporary shelter in the ground with a frag grenade before attacking. With a vehicle, you can exit it and attack it from a distance. After it explodes, use the terraformed ground and remaining wreckage to go after your enemies or rest. Head to Rondo now to experiment with this new feature.
सेटु बेब अब यस्तै हो सधैँभरि बेबे भनेर हुँदैन हैन अब काम पनि त गर्नु पर्यो हामीले ल ल टेक केयर बेब लभ यु ल मा खोइ केटाहरु कहाँ गएछ ओइ को छ रे को छ हौ भूत छ क्या हो हाँ भोरा दाइ टु स्लो यहाँ छ के भइरहेछ यहाँ भोरा दाइ कहाँ थिस् त खोइ सम्झना यो किन यस्तो फास्ट चलिरहेछ
भोरा दाइ हामी फास्ट छैन तपाईँ एकदम स्लो चलिरहेको हामी एकदम स्लो बोलिरहेछौँ तपाईँको लागि
हक्र नगर्न
भोरा दाइले बिहेदेखि पब्जी खेलेको छैन जस्तो छ यता के भइसक्यो पब्जी मोबाइलको नेपालमा छुट्टै सर्भर आइसक्यो र पिङ पनि 30% फास्ट छ हामी सबै सुपर फास्ट भइसकेको छौँ तपाईले एकचोटि पब्जी खोलेर हेर्नु त
फास्टै फास्ट रहेछ यार
भाइ ढिलो आयो तर कडा आयो
Let it.
Great news! The Selection Lucky Spin has been completely reworked. Pick your own rewards. Enjoy massive discounts. Select total draw rewards. Increase your chances of drawing your desired items. Come take a look. Tap here and choose Selection Lucky Spin to go to the event page. This Lucky Spin event introduces a completely new draw experience. Choose items according to your preferences. To form your own prize pool. After making your selection, you get a discounted 10 draw that's only valid during the event. The draw costs only 300 UC. Furthermore, first daily single draws during the event cost only 10 UC. It's a super sweet deal. As you continue drawing, you'll get total draw crates. Different quality total draw crates require drawing different amounts. Reach a certain number of draws to get the corresponding total draw crate. The higher the crate's quality, the more valuable its rewards. Get tons of material rewards with a single 10 draw. Most importantly, when opening crates, priority is given to items you don't already own, so you don't need to worry about getting something you've already drawn. Just have fun drawing rewards. It's super easy to get your desired items. Doesn't that sound amazing? What are you waiting for? Event period, April 18th, 2025 through May 15th, 2025. Join the Selection Lucky Spin event now.
Rondo is here. Are you overwhelmed by all it has to offer? In this video, we'll be going over one of its unique features. Rondo is much larger compared to other maps, and it has features that other maps don't have. For example, in Erangel, throwing a frag grenade won't destroy the terrain, yet in Rondo, doing the same thing blasts a hole in the ground. Other than frag grenades, you can also destroy terrain with pickaxes and vehicle explosions. They each shape the terrain at different speeds. Frag grenades are the quickest. Just toss it and let it explode. Vehicle explosions are next, which also leave behind wreckage that provides cover. Pickaxes are slowest. It takes a lot of swings to dig a pit. All three methods let you create a temporary shelter to hide in. which gives you a greater chance at survival. When you're in trouble, you can rest at the cover you created. Note that in Rondo, only the ground can be terraformed. Buildings, water, and cement are indestructible. During combat, you can create a hiding space for yourself and wait for enemies to come close to catch them unawares. If you're in an open area with minimal cover, try using a smoke grenade first to obstruct your enemy's vision, then create a temporary shelter in the ground with a frag grenade before attacking. With a vehicle, you can exit it and attack it from a distance. After it explodes, use the terraformed ground and remaining wreckage to go after your enemies or rest. Head to Rondo now to experiment with this new feature.
के भइरहेछ यहाँ? सेटु बेब अब यस्तै हो सधैँभरि बेबे भनेर हुँदैन हैन अब काम पनि त गर्नु पर्यो हामीले ल ल टेक केयर बेब लभ यु ल मा खोइ केटाहरू कहाँ गएछ को छ हौ भूत छ कि क्या हो भोरा दाई टु स्लो के छ के भइरहेछ यहाँ भोरा दाई कहाँ थिस् त खोइ सम्झना यो किन यस्तो फास्ट चलिरहेछ
भोरा दाई हामी फास्ट छैन तपाईँ एकदम स्लो चलिरहेको हामी एकदम स्लो बोलिरहेको छौँ तपाईँको लागि
हक्र नगर्न
भोरा दाइले बिहेदेखि पब्जी खेलेको छैन जस्तो छ यता के भइसक्यो पब्जी मोबाइलको नेपालमा छुट्टै सर्भर आइसक्यो र पिङ पनि 30% फास्ट छ हामी सबै सुपर फास्ट भइसकेको छौँ तपाईँले एकचोटि पब्जी खोलेर हेर्नु त
लास्टै फास्ट रहेछ यार
दाइ ढिलो आयो तर कडा आयो
Let it.
Great news! The Selection Lucky Spin has been completely reworked. Pick your own rewards. Enjoy massive discounts. Select total draw rewards. Increase your chances of drawing your desired items. Come take a look. Tap here and choose Selection Lucky Spin to go to the event page. This Lucky Spin event introduces a completely new draw experience. Choose items according to your preferences. To form your own prize pool. After making your selection, you get a discounted 10 draw that's only valid during the event. The draw costs only 300 UC. Furthermore, first daily single draws during the event cost only 10 UC. It's a super sweet deal. As you continue drawing, you'll get total draw crates. Different quality total draw crate require drawing different amounts. Reach a certain number of draws to get the corresponding total draw crate. The higher the crate's quality, the more valuable its rewards. Get tons of material rewards with a single 10 draw. Most importantly, when opening crates, priority is given to items you don't already own, so you don't need to worry about getting something you've already drawn. Just have fun drawing rewards. It's super easy to get your desired items. Doesn't that sound amazing? What are you waiting for? Event period, April 18th, 2025 through May 15th, 2025. Join the Selection Lucky Spin event now.
Rondo is here. Are you overwhelmed by all it has to offer? In this video, we'll be going over one of its unique features. Rondo is much larger compared to other maps, and it has features that other maps don't have. For example, in Erangel, throwing a frag grenade won't destroy the terrain, yet in Rondo, doing the same thing blasts a hole in the ground. Other than frag grenades, you can also destroy terrain with pickaxes and vehicle explosions. They each shape the terrain at different speeds. Frag grenades are the quickest. Just toss it and let it explode. Vehicle explosions are next, which also leave behind wreckage that provides cover. Pickaxes are slowest. It takes a lot of swings to dig a pit. All three methods let you create a temporary shelter to hide in, which gives you a greater chance at survival. When you're in trouble, you can rest at the cover you created. Note that in Rondo, only the ground can be terraformed. Buildings, water, and cement are indestructible. During combat, you can create a hiding space for yourself and wait for enemies to come close to catch them unawares. If you're in an open area with minimal cover, try using a smoke grenade first to obstruct your enemy's vision. Then create a temporary shelter in the ground with a frag grenade before attacking. With a vehicle, you can exit it and attack it from a distance. After it explodes, use the terraformed ground and remaining wreckage to go after your enemies or rest. Head to Rondo now to experiment with this new feature.
के भइरहेछ यहाँ? Say to babe. अब यस्तै हो सधैँभरि बेबे भनेर हुँदैन हैन? अब काम पनि त गर्नु पर्यो हामीले. ल ल टेक केयर बेब. लभ यु. ल मा. खोइ केटाहरु कहाँ गएछ? ओइ, कोठा. को छ हौ? भूत छ कि क्या हो? हाँ? भोरा दाइ टु स्लो? क्या छ? के भइरहेछ यहाँ? भोरा दाइ! कहाँ थिस् त? खोइ सबजना? यो किन यस्तो फास्ट चलिरहेछ?
भोरा दाइ हामी फास्ट छैन, तपाईँ एकदम स्लो चलिरहेको. हामी एकदम स्लो बोलिरहेको छौँ तपाईँको लागि.
हावा कुरा नगर्न.
भोरा दाइले बिहेदेखि पब्जी खेलेको छैन जस्तो छ. यता के भइसक्यो? पब्जी मोबाइलको नेपालमा छुट्टै सर्भर आइसक्यो र पिङ पनि 30% फास्ट छ. हामी सबै सुपर फास्ट भइसकेका छौँ. तपाईँले एकचोटि पब्जी खोलेर हेर्नु त.
लास्टै फास्ट रहेछ यार.
दाइ ढिलो आयो तर कडा आयो.
Let it. Let it. Let it. Let it.
Great news! The Selection Lucky Spin has been completely reworked. Pick your own rewards. Enjoy massive discounts. Select total draw rewards. Increase your chances of drawing your desired items. Come take a look. Tap here and choose Selection Lucky Spin to go to the event page. This Lucky Spin event introduces a completely new draw experience. Choose items according to your preferences. To form your own prize pool. After making your selection, you get a discounted 10 draw that's only valid during the event. The draw costs only 300 UC. Furthermore, first daily single draws during the event cost only 10 UC. It's a super sweet deal. As you continue drawing, you'll get total draw crates. Different quality total draw crates require drawing different amounts. Reach a certain number of draws to get the corresponding total draw crate. The higher the crate's quality, the more valuable its rewards. Get tons of material rewards with a single 10 draw. Most importantly, when opening crates, priority is given to items you don't already own, so you don't need to worry about getting something you've already drawn. Just have fun drawing rewards. It's super easy to get your desired items. Doesn't that sound amazing? What are you waiting for? Event period, April 18th, 2025 through May 15th, 2025. Join the Selection Lucky Spin event now.
Rondo is here. Are you overwhelmed by all it has to offer? In this video, we'll be going over one of its unique features. Rondo is much larger compared to other maps, and it has features that other maps don't have. For example, in Erangel, throwing a frag grenade won't destroy the terrain, yet in Rondo, doing the same thing blasts a hole in the ground. Other than frag grenades, you can also destroy terrain with pickaxes and vehicle explosions. They each shape the terrain at different speeds. Frag grenades are the quickest. Just toss it and let it explode. Vehicle explosions are next, which also leave behind wreckage that provides cover. Pickaxes are slowest. It takes a lot of swings to dig a pit. All three methods let you create a temporary shelter to hide in, which gives you a greater chance at survival. When you're in trouble, you can rest at the cover you created. Note that in Rondo, only the ground can be terraformed. Buildings, water, and cement are indestructible. During combat, you can create a hiding space for yourself and wait for enemies to come close to catch them unawares. If you're in an open area with minimal cover, try using a smoke grenade first to obstruct your enemy's vision. Then create a temporary shelter in the ground with a frag grenade before attacking. With a vehicle, you can exit it and attack it from a distance. After it explodes, use the terraformed ground and remaining wreckage to go after your enemies or rest. Head to Rondo now to experiment with this new feature.
के भइरहेछ यहाँ? Say to babe. अब यस्तै हो सधैँभरि बेबे भनेर हुँदैन हैन? अब काम पनि त गर्नु पर्यो हामीले. ल ल टेक केयर बेब. लभ यु. ल मा. खोइ केटाहरु कहाँ गएछ? ओइ, को छ रे? को छ हौ? भूत छ कि क्या हो? हाँ? भोरा दाइ टु स्लो? क्या छ? के भइरहेछ यहाँ? भोरा दाइ! कहाँ थिस् त? खोइ सम्झना? यो किन यस्तो फास्ट चलिरहेछ?
भोरा दाइ हामी फास्ट छैन तपाईँ एकदम स्लो चलिरहेको हामी एकदम स्लो बोलिरहेको छौँ तपाईँको लागि
हावा कुरा नगर्न
दाइले बिहेदेखि पब्जी खेला छैन जस्तो छ यता के भइसक्यो पब्जी मोबाइलको नेपालमा छुट्टै सर्भर आइसक्यो र पिङ पनि 30% फास्ट हामी सबै सुपर फास्ट भइसकेका छौँ तपाईले एकचोटि पब्जी खोलेर हेर्नु त
लास्टै फास्ट रहेछ यार
दाइ ढिलो आयो तर कडा आयो
Let it
Great news! The Selection Lucky Spin has been completely reworked. Pick your own rewards. Enjoy massive discounts. Select total draw rewards. Increase your chances of drawing your desired items. Come take a look. Tap here and choose Selection Lucky Spin to go to the event page. This Lucky Spin event introduces a completely new draw experience. Choose items according to your preferences. To form your own prize pool. After making your selection, you get a discounted 10 draw that's only valid during the event. The draw costs only 300 UC. Furthermore, first daily single draws during the event cost only 10 UC. It's a super sweet deal. As you continue drawing, you'll get total draw crates. Different quality total draw crates require drawing different amounts. Reach a certain number of draws to get the corresponding total draw crate. The higher the crate's quality, the more valuable its rewards. Get tons of material rewards with a single 10 draw. Most importantly, when opening crates, priority is given to items you don't already own, so you don't need to worry about getting something you've already drawn. Just have fun drawing rewards. It's super easy to get your desired items. Doesn't that sound amazing? What are you waiting for? Event period, April 18th, 2025 through May 15th, 2025. Join the Selection Lucky Spin event now.
Rondo is here. Are you overwhelmed by all it has to offer? In this video, we'll be going over one of its unique features. Rondo is much larger compared to other maps, and it has features that other maps don't have. For example, in Erangel, throwing a frag grenade won't destroy the terrain, yet in Rondo, doing the same thing blasts a hole in the ground. Other than frag grenades, you can also destroy terrain with pickaxes and vehicle explosions. They each shape the terrain at different speeds. Frag grenades are the quickest. Just toss it and let it explode. Vehicle explosions are next, which also leave behind wreckage that provides cover. Pickaxes are slowest. It takes a lot of swings to dig a pit. All three methods let you create a temporary shelter to hide in, which gives you a greater chance at survival. When you're in trouble, you can rest at the cover you created. Note that in Rondo, only the ground can be terraformed. Buildings, water, and cement are indestructible. During combat, you can create a hiding space for yourself and wait for enemies to come close to catch them unawares. If you're in an open area with minimal cover, try using a smoke grenade first to obstruct your enemy's vision. Then create a temporary shelter in the ground with a frag grenade before attacking. With a vehicle, you can exit it and attack it from a distance. After it explodes, use the terraformed ground and remaining wreckage to go after your enemies or rest. Head to Rondo now to experiment with this new feature.
के भइरहेछ यहाँ सेटु बेब अब यस्तै हो सधैँभरि बेबे भनेर हुँदैन हैन अब काम पनि त गर्नु पर्यो हामीले ल ल टेक केयर बेब लभ यु ल मा खोइ केटाहरू कहाँ गएछ को छ हौ भूत छ कि क्या हो हाँ भोरा दाई टु स्लो यहाँ छ के भइरहेछ यहाँ भोरा दाई कहाँ थिस् त खोइ सम्झना यो किन यस्तो फास्ट चलिरहेछ
भोरा दाइ हामी फास्ट छैन तपाईँ एकदम स्लो चलिरहेको हामी एकदम स्लो बोलिरहेको छौँ तपाईँको लागि
हावा कुरा नगर्न
भोरा दाइले बिहेदेखि पब्जी खेलेको छैन जस्तो छ यता के भइसक्यो पब्जी मोबाइलको नेपालमा छुट्टै सर्भर आइसक्यो र पिङ पनि 30% फास्ट छ हामी सबै सुपर फास्ट भइसकेको छौँ तपाईँले एकचोटि पब्जी खोलेर हेर्नु त
लास्टै फास्ट रहेछ यार
दाइ ढिलो आयो तर कडा आयो
Let it.
great news! The Selection Lucky Spin has been completely reworked. Pick your own rewards. Enjoy massive discounts. Select total draw rewards. Increase your chances of drawing your desired items. Come take a look. Tap here and choose Selection Lucky Spin to go to the event page. This Lucky Spin event introduces a completely new draw experience. Choose items according to your preferences. To form your own prize pool. After making your selection, you get a discounted 10 draw that's only valid during the event. The draw costs only 300 UC. Furthermore, first daily single draws during the event cost only 10 UC. It's a super sweet deal. As you continue drawing, you'll get total draw crates. Different quality total draw crates require drawing different amounts. Reach a certain number of draws to get the corresponding total draw crate. The higher the crate's quality, the more valuable its rewards. Get tons of material rewards with a single 10 draw. Most importantly, when opening crates, priority is given to items you don't already own, so you don't need to worry about getting something you've already drawn. Just have fun drawing rewards. It's super easy to get your desired items. Doesn't that sound amazing? What are you waiting for? Event period, April 18th, 2025 through May 15th, 2025. Join the Selection Lucky Spin event now.
Rondo is here. Are you overwhelmed by all it has to offer? In this video, we'll be going over one of its unique features. Rondo is much larger compared to other maps, and it has features that other maps don't have. For example, in Erangel, throwing a frag grenade won't destroy the terrain, yet in Rondo, doing the same thing blasts a hole in the ground. Other than frag grenades, you can also destroy terrain with pickaxes and vehicle explosions. They each shape the terrain at different speeds. Frag grenades are the quickest. Just toss it and let it explode. Vehicle explosions are next, which also leave behind wreckage that provides cover. Pickaxes are slowest. It takes a lot of swings to dig a pit. All three methods let you create a temporary shelter to hide in, which gives you a greater chance at survival. When you're in trouble, you can rest at the cover you created. Note that in Rondo, only the ground can be terraformed. Buildings, water, and cement are indestructible. During combat, you can create a hiding space for yourself and wait for enemies to come close to catch them unawares. If you're in an open area with minimal cover, try using a smoke grenade first to obstruct your enemy's vision. Then create a temporary shelter in the ground with a frag grenade before attacking. With a vehicle, you can exit it and attack it from a distance. After it explodes, use the terraformed ground and remaining wreckage to go after your enemies or rest. Head to Rondo now to experiment with this new feature.
के भइराछ यहाँ? सेटु बेब अब यस्तै हो सधैँभरि बेबे भनेर हुँदैन हैन अब काम पनि त गर्नु पर्यो हामीले ल ल टेक केयर बेब लभ यु ल मा खोइ केटाहरू कहाँ गएछ ओइ को छ रे को छ हौ भूत छ कि क्या हो हाँ होरा दाइ टु स्लो के छ के भइराछ यहाँ होरा दाइ कहाँ थिस् त खोइ सम्झना यो किन यस्तो फास्ट चलिरहेछ
र त हामी फास्ट छैन तपाईँ एकदम स्लो चलिरहेको हामी एकदम स्लो बोलिरहेको छौँ तपाईँको लागि
ए हावा कुरा नगर्न
र दाइले बिहेदेखि पब्जी खेलेको छैन जस्तो छ यता के भइसक्यो पब्जी मोबाइलको नेपालमा छुट्टै सरप्राइज छ र पिङ पनि 30% फास्ट छ हामी सबै सुपर फास्ट भइसकेको छौँ तपाईले एकचोटि पब्जी खोलेर हेर्नु त
लास्टै फास्ट रहेछ यार
दाइ ढिलो आयो तर कडा आयो
Let it. Let it. Let it. Let it.
Great news! The Selection Lucky Spin has been completely reworked. Pick your own rewards. Enjoy massive discounts. Select total draw rewards. Increase your chances of drawing your desired items. Come take a look. Tap here and choose Selection Lucky Spin to go to the event page. This Lucky Spin event introduces a completely new draw experience. Choose items according to your preferences. To form your own prize pool. After making your selection, you get a discounted 10 draw that's only valid during the event. The draw costs only 300 UC. Furthermore, first daily single draws during the event cost only 10 UC. It's a super sweet deal. As you continue drawing, you'll get total draw crates. Different quality total draw crates require drawing different amounts. Reach a certain number of draws to get the corresponding total draw crate. The higher the crate's quality, the more valuable its rewards. Get tons of material rewards with a single 10 draw. Most importantly, when opening crates, priority is given to items you don't already own, so you don't need to worry about getting something you've already drawn. Just have fun drawing rewards. It's super easy to get your desired items. Doesn't that sound amazing? What are you waiting for? Event period, April 18th, 2025 through May 15th, 2025. Join the Selection Lucky Spin event now.
Rondo is here. Are you overwhelmed by all it has to offer? In this video, we'll be going over one of its unique features. Rondo is much larger compared to other maps, and it has features that other maps don't have. For example, in Erangel, throwing a frag grenade won't destroy the terrain, yet in Rondo, doing the same thing blasts a hole in the ground. Other than frag grenades, you can also destroy terrain with pickaxes and vehicle explosions. They each shape the terrain at different speeds. Frag grenades are the quickest. Just toss it and let it explode. Vehicle explosions are next, which also leave behind wreckage that provides cover. Pickaxes are slowest. It takes a lot of swings to dig a pit. All three methods let you create a temporary shelter to hide in, which gives you a greater chance at survival. When you're in trouble, you can rest at the cover you created. Note that in Rondo, only the ground can be terraformed. Buildings, water, and cement are indestructible. During combat, you can create a hiding space for yourself and wait for enemies to come close to catch them unawares. If you're in an open area with minimal cover, try using a smoke grenade first to obstruct your enemy's vision. Then create a temporary shelter in the ground with a frag grenade before attacking. With a vehicle, you can exit it and attack it from a distance. After it explodes, use the terraformed ground and remaining wreckage to go after your enemies or rest. Head to Rondo now to experiment with this new feature.
Who will be Thanos in today's set of matches and snap their fingers to eliminate all teams to stay at the top of the PMNC Grand Finals? Hey everyone, welcome back to day number 3, final day of the PMNC South Asia Finals. This is the showdown that we have been waiting for, and again, my name is Red Queen together with Torix, and we are just as excited as you guys are to know who will be crowned champions for the PMNC. Whew. Let's go.
She's so excited she can't even get her words right. But yeah, she can definitely snap those fingers with that Thanos glove. But nonetheless, ladies and gentlemen, today is the final day. Remember this, and today we will finally have our champions of the PMSL. In fact, PMNC, and the slots for the PMSL, in fact, I kind of fumbled over there as well. I'm so excited for the final day. Yes, the 2 slots for the PMSL. Today is going to be the day where those 2 names will be decided, and the champions for the PMNC 2025 South Asia Spring will also be decided after the 6 matches of today. Not 5, ladies and gentlemen. It is 6 matches for today because we also have a show match of Rondo at the very middle. You saw the schedule while we were having the countdown.
Yeah, definitely. So instead of 5 matches, we're going to
Yes.
have 6. So it's an overtime, basically. So over the last 2 days here, ladies and gents, we've seen it all, from the jaw-dropping clutch plays and epic upsets of day number 1 to the relentless pressure and, of course, high-octane performances on day number 2. I mean, if you think about it, after 2 adrenaline-fueled days, teams like DRS Gaming have been absolutely on fire here. Royal Dragon and Killer of Mountains have been trading blows, and even Mystic Twisted is just 3 points
Yes.
away from breaking into the upper half. So you guys just know that it is going to be an exciting set of matches that we're going to have here tonight, Torix.
No, we sure will. And you already talked about the teams and how much points that they have. Yeah, the gap is super low.
Yeah.
The gap is super small, and that single minuscule mistake of a single game will kind of mean your demise and maybe not coming into the top 5, the top 2 where you're going to have the PMSL slots. But ladies and gentlemen, the overall ranking for the past 2 days. The DRS on the very top, 87 points. Then we have Rondo Dragon, 80 points. Killer Machine, 76. JUTTI Squad with 69. And look at the constant number of plays of 69. That's JUTTI Squad, that's AEROMACY. And last but not the least, it is the 4 machines on the hashtag number 6 with 69 points as well. 67. NEPX 64 and MTD Twisted on the second chart, the very top, above 60 points as well, at 61 points.
Exactly. And on the flip side here, Torix, some teams that started off strong have now found themselves in a real crunch. I mean, HAINA, for example, dazzled during the playoffs, but the performance has taken a hit, leaving them stranded in 13th place as well. A far cry from where they hope to be. And T2K, once the darlings of the scene, are still trailing with just 57 points on the board here. So the contrast is definitely sharp. While a few squads have been setting the pace and adapting under pressure, others haven't been able to keep up with the evolving meta, perhaps, and the relentless intensity of this finals. But let's take a look at the top performers, because we do have those individual prizes to be given away. We got Zordi from Royal Dragons hailing at the top spot. We got Killer White T from DRS, Claw from Royal Dragons as well, and Loco from Killer of Mountains.
Oh yeah. These are our top 4 performers, in fact, for the past 2 days, and they have been into the spot for a very long time. 20 eliminations, 22 for Killer, a 19 for Claw. Loco, everyone having above more than 15 eliminations is a definite amazing number. But ladies and gentlemen, this is the seeding slots that will be shown. PMNC South Asia fall seeding, the top 4 from the PMTG Nepal. The season 2 will go into the PMNC South Asia fall. This is the spring. You have the season 2 of the PMTG, and from those, the top 4s will be moved once again. The next national championship that will happen in fall.
Yeah, and of course, the registration will end on May 25, and only limited slots will be available. So go ahead and register your squad, and you don't want to miss on the opportunity, of course, to kind of flex your muscle to all the other teams in the competitive scene. So there you go, ladies and gents. The link has already been provided to you in the description. So just like we said a while ago, we are going to have a total of 6 matches for today. Right down there in the middle, we got the Rondo map, and to be honest, this is actually the first time that I'm gonna cast a tournament with a Rondo map, so I am looking forward to the kind of trade-offs we're gonna experience down here in Rondo.
Ooh, Rondo is one of the new maps, and not a lot of teams are right now accustomed to it. Yeah, we did had some Rondo Cups in the very middle of all of this scenario. Maybe these teams may have studied for this map, but now, today, Mark another action, because Rondo is going to be a complete separate map, if I do believe so. It's not going to be in your own ranking. It's going to be a completely different map with 0 points, a clean slate, because it's a show match for the teams, and the teams that will be receiving that Rondos or prize pool separately. The team that will be the champion in that single Rondo map will receive a different prize pool aside from the dedicated one into the PMNC.
Yes, and today is all about switching gears here, Torix. Every elimination, every strategic rotation, and every clutch play now will be magnified with only 2 spots up for grabs here. It's not just about making a comeback, it's about cementing, of course, your legacy in PMSL. So buckle in for what promises to be a day of explosive action, high-risk plays, and of course moments that could change the entire landscape of the tournament. And I'm pretty sure everyone is excited, of course, to see again what kind of moves, what kind of jaw-dropping clutch moments that's going to happen in Rondo. I am looking forward to that one as well, to be honest.
I mean, yes, that is possible, but we still have the first 3 matches. The teams will try to fight for their top positions, and here we go. This is the Rondo's thing, and how the teams are gonna get their slot into the Rondo map. That will be the match number 4. So the 3 matches that will be played today. The first one, the San Miramar Erangel, the first set of those 3 maps. After that, we will have the top 15 teams. The bottom line team will be eliminated for the Rondo, and we will have a whole eSports specially invited just for the single match of Rondo. They will be playing also for that glory, for that prize pool, which will be on to the match number 4.
Oh my goodness, the Purple Hearts are gonna go insane, definitely. We've got a special team invited to participate here, and of course, that is none other than Hora Esports. Whew, oh man, here we go. Talk about giving you guys an exciting set of matches for today. Here we go. I mean, it's right up in front of you, and all you need to do is just, of course, let everyone know that the final day of the PMNC South Asia Finals is gonna happen in just a while. So buckle up, ladies and gents.
Oh, most certainly buckle up, because things are definitely going to get spicier for all of these teams, for all of these players from this point onward. You will have to make sure that every single match from this point onward counts, because we were looking at the ranking a while ago, Andy, and on that, I think I saw at least 3 teams with almost an equal points. But ladies and gentlemen, the first match has actually begun. The very first one of the grand finals, the final day. The match number 1 has commenced. The play line going from the military base island all the way to the hard eastern corner, the Lipovka side. Even Kamishki might not be accessible for the teams unless they really into the vicinity. Talking about all those inside the Pachinki, the school, the Rondo, even the Georgia Pole. It's not going to be accessible for you guys unless you find yourself some cars.
Absolutely. Over days 1 and 2, Torix Erangel definitely delivered non-stop action. I mean, if you remember how Royal Dragon lit up the scoreboard with those insane double-digit eliminations, and DRS Gaming, they were on another level, pushing aggressively, owning every rotation, and cementing their status as the team to beat in this tournament. And now the teams have already gone down to their favorite drop spots, and again, the flight path is a little bit onto the bottom side of Erangel here, so we got plenty of space to go onto the northern side. HAINA, it's still the same drop spot here. They're down at the military base together with Royal Dragon in Novo Repnoy. And this is what we do expect, from Erangel. Flight path is always the opposite of the initial circle, and it had favored the northern side. So yeah, it will be an interesting rotations for most of the teams down south.
It definitely will be. The teams that dropped early on, now from this point onward, they will have to take a leap of faith, get into the cars, try to cross those bridges. Royal Dragon, HAINA ESPORTS, things are not looking good for you guys at this point, because I see GURKHAS at the military base bridge, and the another team on towards the North side at Bridge at as well. But HAINA Esports kind of like into the scattered side areas. You can see one player, Pick, kind of further away, close to him, near the school side. There is a full team. There is a full squad. If you're talking about Hank, he's kind of more further into the back. Pick gonna get into the car now. You're gonna move forward, become one with the team, and like go back as a single unit. I don't think like the last day gives you enough leisure to do this kind of like a dispersed rotation, like drop location move.
Yeah, I mean, glad that you brought up HAINA Esports. I mean, those playoff legends have now slipped to 13th and don't exactly know what kind of strategy they're about to show us for the last 6 matches that we're going to have for this evening. But something needs to happen for them. Hopefully, they've gone back to the drawing board and we can see kind of a great comeback, from HAINA. And even T2K, once at the top of their game, they're still trying to claw their way up at 57 points. It just goes to show how every elimination and every decision has reshaped this tournament. And now with only the top 2 teams grabbing those coveted PMSL slots here, Torix, the final matches today are going to be absolutely lit. That is for sure, because the pressure is on and we can expect nothing less, than insane rotations, game-changing plays, and plenty of heart-stopping drama. And speaking of drama, again, this is an interesting circle to begin with, especially for those teams that chose to drop around south area of Erangel. And, okay, I wonder where my partner is. It's a great thing because, again, teams have been consistent. We've not seen any drop clashes that happened from day 1 to, day number 3. I mean, this is just the first game. But, again, it has been a consistent gameplay coming from the teams here. Yes, there are a few drop clashes that happen, but it's not... it's not a big deal, for most that are actually part of this lobby.
I mean, that is true, but I'm more concerned about the Rondo map. I'm more excited about it, and looking at it once again into the overall ranking so far, we can see okay, we ETM7, they have 13 total points to their name. Then we have SHREEPECH with 25, RC32 with 28, and HAINA Esports with 31. So the fight for the first 3 matches, if the teams are trying to get into the Rondo, it's between these 4 teams, these 4 names. It is a HAINA, it is a RC32, SHREEPECH, we ETM7. And these first 3 matches are crucial for them, but the top spots, back to the PMSL slots, that is kind of between the top 9 at this point, because 87 and 61 into the number 9 position, I don't think that's a really too big of a move, too big of a points difference that you need to get into it. And you can easily in a single day, you can maintain those points and get into the number 1 position if you played really on the consistent side.
I mean, if we're going to be looking back at the journey from day 1 and day 2, it really delivered a roller coaster of epic plays and unexpected twists here, and a few heart-stopping down moments. And again, we cannot really stop talking about DRS's gaming, because they've been consistently flexing their skills and building a formidable lead in the overall rankings. And Royal Dragon and KOM, they kept things intense with their high-pressure plays. I mean, there were standout performances too. Teams like JUTTI Squad and the Tribe AEROMACY, they stepped up when it mattered most, keeping the leaderboard fiercely competitive. And I can also add the fact that, even Mystic Twisted of Bhutan has been closing the gap, showing that every point is actually a hard-earned thing in this tournament. I mean, it's all about survivability, adaptability, and versatility not just as a team, but as an individual player in this tournament.
I mean, yeah, it's kind of like that scenario, but the pressure is too much. Even from the very start of the game, we saw like the lobby was kind of pressured by the team DRS as they were like having more than 200 points after the 4 days of action into the playoff section. So everyone was afraid at that point that what the DRS is going to do. But as the matches were getting kind of like into the ending sides, as the first 3 matches kind of like cemented down, we saw that the aggression kind of stopped. It kind of like got a little bit on the low side, that the teams were like, okay, everyone is playing safe, let's just play safe from this point onward. And that's where the DRS struck back. They striked back onto every single person. They maintained their like composure and their consistency with those eliminations. Yeah, it was not that much, not that kind of a game where they were getting 3 winner chicken dinners in a single day. But yes, the consistency. And even on the second day too, the consistency for the DRS was definitely there. But right now on our screen, once again, talking back into the action, talking back into the fight, it is NEPX, neither Royal GURKHAS, another team, another name of Royal GURKHAS, where on the day number 2 start, they were at the hashtag number 4 and number 3. But now, on the day number 3, at the start of it, they're at the hashtag number 7, meaning that they also lost a lot of positioning points, a lot of positions onto the overall ranking in just a single day. Shows the aggression and the consistency for the other teams as well, where they're trying to do whatever they can to like maintain their positions. JUTTI squad, take them for example, the day number 1, I do believe so that they were on the second card, but on the day number 2, not only like they came back, they made a comeback with a chicken dinner, but they also cemented themselves into the first chart as well.
Okay, so currently NEPX is down there in Ruins area. They are surrounded by Royal GURKHAS and 4 death machines. I mean, HAINA also came from Pochinki, now headed towards the safe zone coming from south of the circle. So perhaps, you know, since the teams are actually flocking from around the area, we'll definitely see a fight happen, just like what we're seeing right now. HAINA Esports just lost a player, and we've got already a couple of players from RG as well, currently knocked down on the ground. So this is the first clash that actually happened. It's a great trade-off. Krish is still currently down on the ground, which is, of course, not the way you would want to start the game. Himson was able to take down another player, and so far, you know, at stage 2, we are looking at Royal GURKHAS with 2 casualties, which puts them in a lot of risk, to be honest. So now down here in Rozhok, we also got the team KOM. So this is going to be a little harder onto the side of the Royal GURKHAS to kind of defend themselves because they no longer have a full squad.
I mean, that's the thing. That's the beauty. Even for the final day, the teams are going for those aggressive stances, and yes, they are getting those connections done. Pika from HAINA Esports getting a knockdown. VETM7 coming back, and right with this, Falcons going forward with the S12 player right close to the proximity of HAINA Esports. The grenade is being cooked. The player is going to throw that grenade. Unfortunately for him, nobody's going to get connected with the grenade. Instead, he's going to be the one that's going to be shot down with the S12K. It's a confirmation for Nadzu. That's the elimination. And 4 death machines down to the 2 players that they are. 4 death machines. They were doing a really consistent job as well. And on the hashtag number 6 right now that they're residing. But, getting eliminated this early on into the game, and you're on the hashtag number 10 into the first match of the game on top of that, this is definitely going to hinder some of your momentum and maybe a lot of your confidence.
I mean, we didn't see exactly any drop clashes that happened, but the moment we stepped into stage 2 here, that's the beginning of the trade-offs for this round. I mean, for Death Machines already lost 2 of their members. Same thing goes for Royal GURKHAS and HAINA Esports, as well as RLX now playing with just 3 of their members. So it had been an interesting back and forth situation for all the teams that I just mentioned moments ago. And now we are in Watertown. We've got 4 Death Machines just holding on to a compound here or holding on to a building. They're not doing any hard push just yet, just because, you know, the we can understand the hesitation because they don't have enough firepower to deal with a full squad here. Now, checking out what is happening at TM7, or with TM7 rather, they are at the bottom of the leaderboard here. And you mentioned a while ago that it's going to be just 3 matches for all the teams here before we step into Rondo, and we will eliminate completely those teams that are far down at the bottom. So it's going to be an interesting fight. How will TM7 stay competitive? How will they stay in PMNC?
Oh my god. And, so, it is the first game, the confirmation, and on the bottom line that they are the team we TM7. Come on, the way that they got into the fight, I was really hopeful for these guys that okay, they are gonna go for that aggressive stances. Yeah, they're finally gonna take that fight against the other team, and they're trying to make their way into the Rondo. They got those 2 eliminations, but instantly after that, now they're the first one to get fully confirmed up. Dragon is their name, with the 5 eliminations onto their side, and on the hashtag number 2 that they are residing. Generally talking about this, it's like on the fact that RD has already crossed Euros. If DRS does not get any points for them, so we do have to know what's gonna happen into this particular region, and how the teams are gonna actually take those fights. Right here, Master 30 is gonna throw that grenade. It's gonna definitely do some damage on the players, but not enough for the players to get knocked down. I do believe it's a 2 versus 2 fight, because SHREEPECH is also down to the last 2 players. But my main concerning factor is for this fight is the backstab that can potentially happen. You can see that there is a full team into the backside areas, and they can potentially come in, get those shots, get those fights amongst all of these players.
Well, honestly, there's a need for Royal Dragons to be super tactical now, since they've worked so hard to be at the top 2. You know, it will be a shame for the team if it will slip through their hands. But anyway, I mean, they've already set a total 5 elimination points in the bag here. They're going up against SPE, currently at the bottom of the leaderboard as well. So Royal Dragons, they know what is at stake at the moment. Here comes Frag cooking up the nade here. He throws it, but did he hit his target? No, of course not. He still tries to, of course, pulls out his S12K, defend himself with all of those shotguns. And so far, it has not been connecting just yet. Here comes the attack now. Was able to put one down, but good follow through coming from Gurung, and that was it for Royal Dragons. But it's still a solid performance just because they were able to put 5 in the bag. So even if they have been completely eliminated, at least they have something to use for the second match of today.
I mean, yeah, that is true on this factor. If we are looking at this particular region, the circle is going to take another shift. And already, this is the stage number 4. We still have 14 teams, but only on the map, I can barely see, I think, 10 teams. So there might be some teams. Let me count. There's 3 on the top. In fact, 4 on the top. There's 4 on the bottom, and maybe 5 in the middle. So potentially that is still like 11, 12 teams. We are still missing 2 teams, but there we go. 1 team is going to get eliminated. SHREEPECH is that name, and right with this, it is the 13 teams and 46 players that is alive. RC32 is another name that can potentially like cement themselves into at least the overall 15 positions for the Rondo match at the very least. HAINA ESPORTS, yeah, they got some decent points in this match so far, 39 in total if you're talking about the 4 eliminations that they got into this match. Alright, like so far, no elimination, 3 man alive. RC32, 2 eliminations, meaning 32 points to their name as well.
Ooh, man, we've got at least 3 teams down here in Rozhok. This happened a trade-off. Currently, we got RC3. There's still a complete squad here. Was able to put 2 in the bag. They are up against the boys of KOM, or Killer of Mountains here. And let's not forget about the clutch plays from KOM and the fierce battles that made every circle a do-or-die moment. And Wrangle truly tested every squad's mettle with its unpredictable terrain, nerve-wracking final circles, and those intense moments where one wrong move meant instant elimination. And that could happen right here because there's another team who would want to join into the mixer, and those are the boys of a Mystic coming in fresh from the outskirts, now landed in Rozhok. And oh my goodness, we also have Tribe AEROMACY, and just showing all the intentions of getting into the mix as well.
Oh my god, that is true. But talking all the facts and figurines, the fight is finally going to happen. The fight is finally going to start in a short while. So far, Rozok is being contested by not one, not two, not three, but 4 different teams. On the fight side, we have GRS, ladies and gentlemen. They are taking the fight against, I do believe so, RLX at this point. They got the knockdown and the confirmation onto the player. So basically, this is their first elimination as well. But with the tribe Messi still being outskirts of the circle, the safe zone, they're going to enter in the circle of the Rozok. They might be getting some shots connected onto their side. We have the tribe Messi's rig going forward in towards their own team members. They're going to go into the corner. They're just going to hold this particular position. But in the front line, there's the RC32. Rig is going to get out of the car. He's going to try to move forward, but there is a grenade. That's not going to hit anyone. That's not going to hit the player. Now, he also comes into close vicinity, throws the grenade as well. But oh my god, this was super close for Zil. This could have been the elimination for the guy, but he barely survived. He barely managed to stay alive. On the other side, we have HAINA ESPORTS versus Pika getting that knockdown. T2K Ajaya getting a knockdown as well by the hand of JUTTI squad. We have 17 seconds before the stage number 6 also commences up. Igneous gets taken down. We have still all these names alive with either 2, 3, or some teams with the 4 players are still into the match.
It is essential for Tribe AEROMACY to take this warehouse from RC32 because this position is a little bit exposed, to the teams that will be coming from behind. I mean, T2K is just right there in the corner dealing with another team as well, but if T2K finishes them off, then there's a chance for T2K to actually eliminate Tribe AEROMACY. So I do understand the importance and the urges for Tribe AEROMACY to flush out the boys of RC32, but the big question is how? I mean, RC32 obviously kind of defending this compound effectively, so it's going to take a little time for Tribe AEROMACY to also be successful in taking that compound out of their hands. But as for T2K, it is really not looking too good here, Torix. I mean, we've got 2 of them already out of the game, back to the spawn area. Tribe AEROMACY completely getting aggressive up against RC32, and T2K, man, I don't know how they're going to be surviving in that situation since there's a lot of teams also pointing their guns at them. But so far, Tribe AEROMACY was able to get inside the compound, and now we've got the Royal GURKHAS back on the screen here, slaughtering the boys of Mystic Twisted. It's a lot of back and forth situation, understandably so, because we got at least 5 teams right at the edge of the circle down here in Rozok fighting for their lives.
I mean, that is a true. And this fight, it's so onto the fact that everybody's trying their level best to get those eliminations, but no. Once again, it is those knockouts that are coming into the way, ladies and gentlemen. We have Drakes getting knocked down right now, maybe getting that to revive, but the player should be going forward anytime, at any point. RC32, they're going to get eliminated. Oh my goodness. This is not working out for this team as well. SHREEPECH on the number 15, 14, RC32 still. T2K gets eliminated. Oh no, another team bites off into the dust. RG Psycho getting to fight with the MTD. Twisted. Caesar is knocked down. There goes the Molotov, but oh, come on. Now, this single means now that the player is not only going to get that survival, but also going to get onto the 75% HP, manage to make a connection onto the player with the 1897. Now he's trying to shoot with the AK to the close vicinity. He is looking at the fact that he might be able to see some players, but no, Giles is going to take all that aggression out of him. It's going to be all over with the guy. Now, Keo Loco from KOM, outside of Pico Pig, and Loco. These
man.
4 players, not only they're looking at the tribe, they're looking at one team, but onto the close proximity, there's another team that they have to be really careful about how they're going to take the fight. Close into the vicinity, ASD still doesn't have the idea. Now they have the idea as the player rushes up on this guy. One player, gets a finisher. Tries to get that elimination more and more onto the team side. The SRK is getting those connections, and you can see Keo super low in that HP, healing himself, and Luca jumping down, getting that final nail to coffin. Tribe AEROMACY has also been eliminated.
Oh my goodness, this is chaotic for this stage. I mean, we've got a lot of back and forth situation that happened for I mean, for a while there. I mean, 5 teams having those trade-offs is kind of beautiful to watch. But anyway, it's not beautiful at all for those teams that just got eliminated. I mean, we're talking about the final 9 teams we have on stage here. So far, we're looking at LOD Nexus, again, a team from Bhutan going up against the top dogs right here, DRS, the real soldiers. We got Gyante making a move up against Beast, completely eliminating him, which brings down 3 players from the side of Nexus. But it's a great maneuver, though. Great counter coming from Nexus because they were able to put down one from DRS, but it is still A-okay. I mean, Gyante is trying to pick up his teammate while Delta is buying a little time for the team to recuperate. He's trying to keep the enemies at bay here. Nexus obviously is trying to regroup as well. There's a need for them to kind of heal up in this situation, but DRS is back on their feet. They're a 4-man strong once again here, ladies and gents, and I do wonder if they're going to still pick up a fight here. Killer YT unfortunately caught some bullets coming from Keto, and now he's down on the ground once again. But the fight continues on. We've got Wimpy coming on and next, putting down Gyante, and now this is the push that we have been waiting for. LOD Nexus being so aggressive, showing teeth, and DRS already out!
Oh my god, they have been eliminated right there, and then LOD. They just got those eliminations on toward the DRS side. They did it beautifully for elimination. That's a huge, I would say, a point factor now. DRS might be in a pickle as well for the next matches on towards their side, but Loco taking the fight against the team LOD, alongside of the fact that we are seeing the Mystic Twisted getting eliminated as well. There is another team fighting off the dust. We are in the top 7, ladies and gentlemen. From this point onward, at least a single point will be awarded to the teams, but LOD Nexus, K the one that's going to get eliminated on the hashtag number 7, and from this point onward, we have total of 16 players, 6 teams, KOM, JUTTI squad, a trio on both sides, NEPX still alive, the full squad, then we have HAINA ESPORTS with a trio as well, RX with a duo, and alongside of that, 4 death machines with just a solo player. But oh, it's a trade-off. It's a trade-off coming around. JUTTI squad versus NEPX. It's happening. Both players of both parties are gonna get a single knockdown onto their side, but the single wrong grenade. Rex, come on! You should have thrown it right in the compound, not on the rooftop. Now go for the revive. Get at the revive as soon as possible. Even right now, you are kind of in a safe spot area. You can still manage to get more eliminations, but okay, JUTTI is finally going to be taken down. It's a knockdown, it's a confirmation, and just looking at this, we are almost down to the very last guy, maybe, on the JUTTI squad.
You know, NEPX is trying to get the rhythm back again for the final day of the grand finals. Obviously, I mean, that was a solid performance right there, eliminating the 3 boys from JUTTI squad. Great communication, great execution coming from NEPX Esports. And again, we're just looking for consistency here. Now, for JUTTI, they're still alive, but we're talking about a sole survivor here. So I'm pretty sure that he's going to be chilling for now. I mean, he's not going to take up any fights because he would want to focus on getting to the last few zones for this match and maybe getting some placement points for that matter. But 6 teams remaining here. We're already at stage 7, so you just know that the circle has already shrinked into a small one, so it's getting a little crowded. NEPX continues to hunt down the last remaining player coming from JUTTI squad, which is of course Xerox. Now, a while ago, LOD Nexus had been completely eliminated, but I think they're pretty happy with the performance just because they actually fought a DRS and was successful in sending them back into the lobby. So that much already is like a happy performance coming from the side of LOD Nexus. Now, for death machines, there's a high pressure right there, but NEPX just made sure that he will not see the light of day here in Erangel.
I mean, the pressure got elevated at this point as he went back to the lobby. Now we're down to the top 5, ladies and gentlemen. We have HAINA ESPORTS, so 5 eliminations, 3 players standing. JUTTI squad as a solo, like the duo. NEPX, the only team that I can see so far with a full squad, and With full squad, I would say it comes with a lot of responsibility that, yeah, you have to now at this point, because you are having the most upper advantage against all of the teams. You have the highest chance of getting that chicken dinner for yourself. This puts you into the position that, okay, if you don't play that good, you might be criticized for that because you had the 4-man, you had the man advantage, you had the location, you had the rotation for yourself, but you still couldn't do that. But there we go, another grenade is going to go over there. Mukesh could have been eliminated, but JUTTI squad is going to be the first team out of this top 5 that will get knocked down. There is a grenade onto the Mukesh side. Mukesh gets a knock, almost a knockdown, but with the damage being done, Precious getting that grenade near him. Another one coming around. It's a grenade. It's a red zone. It's a mini red zone, ladies and gentlemen. The play has been spotted. As with the jump shots coming around, Precious knocked down and eliminated out of the vicinity. Oh my god. On the backside, we saw Pika HAINA getting Mukesh down, eliminated, meaning we are officially down to the top 3 with 8 players remaining.
HAINA knows exactly what they need to do for the final day of the grand finals. I mean, they have been one of the top performing teams during the playoffs, and this is not the same gameplay that we kind of expected coming from HAINA Esports, but now they're stepping up. They're showing up for the final day. I mean, they're already managed to be part of the top 3 teams here for the first round in Erangel. So, yeah, I mean, it's looking good for the side of HAINA. They also have a 37% chance of bagging the first chicken dinner. Same thing goes for KOM. I mean, we've got at least two top performing teams here. I mean, Killer Manos have been consistent since day number 1, and now we're looking at our first map here in Erangel, and I feel like they're really prepared to score the chicken dinner here, even if they are down to their 3 players. I mean, 6 elimination points is a kind of a solid thing, for KOM, and it's a good thing that HAINA is standing up, holding their ground and just making sure that they obliterate everyone in front of them. So I do wonder who will be, from the top 3 teams here we're seeing on screen, who will bag the first chicken dinner. Okay, so, well, HAINA obviously does have a compound, so I do understand why they have this certain advantage compared to the remaining teams here on screen. And just look at that. HAINA is kind of just really beating down the boys of KOM as well as RLX, but RLX is not moving a muscle here. It's good that Hang, I think, he already spotted Destro, rather, from inside that shack, and he knows exactly where to point his gun. So it's just a matter of how good the execution will be coming from all of the teams here. I mean, Kyo was able to bag another elimination point, but RLX Esports also tries to survive with this massive counters coming from RLX, and that was such a good shot coming from Fabs. Man, the way that he eliminated the opposition is just beautiful.
I mean, that is true. Now it all comes down to the 1 versus 3, where the grenades are coming. Nadzu, first of all, cooking that grenade. He's going to throw it up, but I think that's a really overcooked grenade. It's not going to affect the player. And there we go. Nadzu throwing the Molotovs, and Tabs actually get into that Molotov. Now grenade comes in. The player gets eliminated. It's all over. HAINA Esports getting that winner chicken dinner of the match number 1, day number 3, right here, ladies and gentlemen. HAINA Esports bagging that winner chicken dinner for themselves with an amazing start.
Yes, and well, it's been a long time coming, to be honest, because again, from day 1 and day 2, they haven't been really performing well, and it's such a great comeback to make their presence felt once again. HAINA getting the first chicken dinner for day 3, the final day of the PMNC, and hey, welcome back to the game, boys.
Welcome back to the game, and the way that they got the chicken dinner, I have to commend on the fact that just how persistent they were with that single compound. We saw them like they were there for the past 5, maybe 8 minutes into that same compound, outskirts of the water town. But now we have the individual rankings. Pika with the 5 elimination, Nadzu with the 3 for the Himson, and Slayer 52 damage. Just 52 damage, 7 minutes, 8 minutes of survival time, even though HAINA Esports lost their player within the 8 minutes marker, then still they managed to secure that winner chicken dinner.
Exactly, and I think it's such a major boost of confidence, and morale for the side of HAINA. Again, they're legendary during the playoffs. They have shown us a great consistency in terms of getting both placement and elimination points. But I guess their gameplay kind of slowed down in the grand finals just because everyone also kind of has taken the regression up another level here, so it's just understandable why some teams are kind of struggling to really make it through every match for the grand finals. But again, welcome back to HAINA for performing really great and getting the first chicken dinner here.
Yeah, that is the winner of the chicken dinner, ladies and gentlemen, and these are the highlighted moments. But the way that Rozok got kind of into the circle, it kind of like gave me a hope that okay, now the teams will play a really safe fight. But here we go. This is where the DRS got eliminated by the hand of LOD. They were trying their level best, but Killer got knocked down. Forward side, Nexus came in, took the other player down, and leaving the last guy to the everything. The Plato Knight, do believe so, actually got the final nail in the coffin, or was that actually the spray coming around because it was so close into the proximity? But Aditya was also one of the guy for Death Machines that were trying. He got the knockdown, but instantly after that knockdown, he came back forward, and it was all his demise.
Oh, yeah, exactly. But that was, I feel like even if LOD Nexus got eliminated just a while ago, I mean, the fact that they went up against EROMACY, again, the top dogs in the yard here, I think it was kind of also a boost of confidence, for LOD Nexus. And, well, HAINA, again, finally got their moment in the spotlight by scoring the WWCD. And, of course, Peka getting the MVP title, putting up a total of 5 elimination points here. If I'm not mistaken, and if my math is right, they scored a total of 11 points, 11 elimination points for this round. So that's another 10. A total of 21 points in the match ranking. And just like what I said, it's been a long time coming, and today they truly showed us what persistence looks like. Every elimination they secured built up that epic win, and you can tell that the energy was kind of electric.
That was a shock to so many of the teams, and HAINA Esports were the one conductor for that electricity. They managed to secure that chicken, but 57 eliminations, 59 knockouts, not a lot of eliminations and knockout numbers in this match. 7,019 healing, but 360 thunderbolts. Oh my god. Ladies and gentlemen, is exactly why we love it, Wrangle and the Metal Mars, because you get to see the 360, more than 300 throwables being used in a single match. 1 airdrop, 12 headshots, 15 revive, and 348 meters is the longest elimination distance for DRS Gigante.
Yep, and KOM, RLX carved out their spots in the top 3 with some seriously aggressive plays, I can say. Their performances were nothing short of dynamite here during the last few zones. I mean, they have set up the pace and making all the difference in those high-stake moments. And there's, of course, LOD Nexus. Once again, it was a statement. It was a pivotal clash, and they managed to eliminate DRS. That's actually breaking the streak of DRS. The powerhouse everyone thought would be untouchable, right? I mean, that move was a major success, no doubt, for Nexus, proving that when teamwork and strategy come together, even the giants can be taken down.
I mean, that is for sure. That is for sure. Even the giants can be taken down if you're playing it really good enough. But talking to the second half of the chart, T2K was the team that got eliminated without even a single match. Royal GURKHAS had 2 for the VETM7, then we have SHREEPECH with the 2, DRS with the 2, RC32 with the 3 for the MTD Twisted, and 4 Death Machines with also 3. I'm really sad to see a DRS kind of into the second chart of the page, because they're so good with their aggression that every single time that we have actually witnessed this team, it's either every single time it's in the first page of the full game. It's the first page of the match ranking, and this amount of points, just the 2, I think this is the first time that I've seen them play this kind of bad.
Oh man, okay, here we go. I mean, today's match was again a roller coaster of emotions and surprises. I mean, teams like HAINA and LOD NEXUS are definitely showing up. In PMNC, every play matters, and the tournament's landscape can change in a heartbeat. And we're looking at the overall ranking here, ladies and gents. I mean, it's clear that as we head deeper to the finals, every match is set to redefine the competitive dynamics in the most thrilling ways possible. And if we're gonna be paying close attention to the top 8 here, Royal GURKHAS at 68, so it's just a 4-point lead up against Mystic Twisted, who is currently at number 9. So we can definitely see this team still reshuffle. We can see some of the teams here have an explosive game and maybe catapult themselves over to the upper half section of the overall rankings. But if we're going to be honest here, Torix, I think the only placement that matters would be the top 2, because those top 2 teams will then score a slot in PMSL, and the other placement points will just have some prize pool, like a share in the prize pool. But if you're going to ask me if I'm a team here and I've managed to get into the grand finals, I would rather make it a point that I land at the top 2 spots.
I mean, yeah, that is true. That is true. But talking about the top 4 performers, ladies and gentlemen, it is the Zordi, it is YT, once again, Loco and Clock. Clock kind of got a shuffle, I think, from the number 3 to the number 4 at this point. So we do have to see if he's going to be able to get back into the number 3 position. But so far, talking about the rest of the players, 3,600 damage for Zordi, 3,400 damage for Killer YT, 36 for Loco. That's a very big number. It is the highest one amongst all these 4 players. Yeah, there is already the 3,600 as well. But yeah, those 10-20 more damage, securing more than 10-20 damage onto that side, it definitely marked on its way. But yeah, this was the first match, ladies and gentlemen. There's still a lot of things that can potentially happen for the teams, for the players. And it is as the final day, we're also going to have the champions on our screen till at the end of the match number 6 that will be played. I'm including the Rondo match as the matches 2, and after the 6 matches today, now 5, we will have the champions of the PMNC 2025.
Oh man, all I can say is that Royal Dragon's definitely on a mission here to land either a top 1 or top 2. I think that they are eager and pretty much determined to really score a slot in the PMSL. I mean, they have been super aggressive from the get-go ever since we've seen them perform during the playoffs. I think they were able to carry the same energy back for the grand finals and really gone for that top spot. So I do wonder if any of those top performing teams from the playoffs will then show up, for the final day of the grand finals. I mean, this is their last chance to make a difference for the teams. But anyway, more action will definitely happen in just a while here, ladies and gents. That was just the first match, so don't forget to make a lot of noise down in the comment section and make sure that you send out positive vibes for your favorite teams and for your favorite players, because they are absolutely going to need them. But anyway, more of that action, more of that talk the moment we come back here, so don't go away. We'll be taking a short break.
हामी एकदम स्लो बोलिरहेको छौँ तपाईँको लागि।
हक्र नगर न।
भोला दाइले बिहेदेखि पब्जी खेलेको छैन जस्तो छ। यो त के भइसक्यो? पब्जी मोबाइलको नेपालमा छुट्टै सर्भर आइसक्यो र पिङ पनि 30% फास्ट छ। हामी सबै सुपर फास्ट भइसकेको छौँ। तपाईले एकचोटि पब्जी खोलेर हेर्नु त।
लास्टै फास्ट रहेछ यार।
भाइ ढिलो आयो तर कडा आयो।
Let it. Let it. Let it. Let it.
Great news! The Selection Lucky Spin has been completely reworked. Pick your own rewards. Enjoy massive discounts. Select total draw rewards. Increase your chances of drawing your desired items. Come take a look. Tap here and choose Selection Lucky Spin to go to the event page. This Lucky Spin event introduces a completely new draw experience. Choose items according to your preferences. To form your own prize pool. After making your selection, you get a discounted 10 draw that's only valid during the event. The draw costs only 300 UC. Furthermore, first daily single draws during the event cost only 10 UC. It's a super sweet deal. As you continue drawing, you'll get total draw crates. Different quality total draw crates require drawing different amounts. Reach a certain number of draws to get the corresponding total draw crate. The higher the crate's quality, the more valuable its rewards. Get tons of material rewards with a single 10 draw. Most importantly, when opening crates, priority is given to items you don't already own, so you don't need to worry about getting something you've already drawn. Just have fun drawing rewards. It's super easy to get your desired items. Doesn't that sound amazing? What are you...
Hi guys, and welcome back to match number 2 here at the PMNC Grand Finals. Again, my name is Red Bean together with Torix, and that wraps up an unforgettable game number 1 on Erangel. And what a ride we've had so far, Torix. I mean, with HAINA nabbing the epic WWCD and stand-up plays from Zordi, Claw Killer YT, and even Loco lighting up the battlefield. I mean, it was a game that kind of reminded us just how high the stakes are in this finals.
I mean, that's exactly the kind of momentum that we need from every single team. This is the aggression and the mindset that we require every team to have. It is the final day. Everything at stake for every single team, and they should be focused on it, getting those chicken dinners, those eliminations whatsoever. But yeah, it was HAINA Esports this time around that managed to secure that winner chicken dinner for themselves. Now, moving next match. This one will be the Miramar. They just got passed into the Erangel. The first Erangel is done and dusted. The Miramar, the Sandhawk, the Rondo match, then the second Erangel and the Miramar is going to be at the stake for the teams. Yeah, Rondo is a separate one where every single team point will definitely get reset. We're not going to have this overall ranking for the PMNC slots. It's a different show match. But yeah, we had 2 sets of Erangel, 2 sets of Miramar. One of Erangel is done. So we have one complete set of Miramar, a single Erangel, and a single Sandhawk for the teams to showcase their aggressive stances. In this case scenario, Andy, if we do have to talk about the facts, there is a Rondo into the mid, meaning the Miramar and Sandhawk. After that, then we can see a Rondo maybe changing the momentum for some of the teams for the whole other games from that point onward, because you know when the teams will have a clear mindset, okay, this match is one of the match where we don't have to worry about the points, that might be where the teams aggressive stances and those potential chances that they had might come back.
Absolutely. I mean, game 1 truly set the tone with its clutch moments and, of course, fierce competition coming from all the teams here. With that fire on display, we're really pumped, because game number 2 is about to start here in Miramar, and it's going to be just as explosive, if not more. So as we step into game 2 here, we do expect the teams to mix it up a bit, shift their strategies, and of course, live it all out there on Miramar. Everyone knows that every elimination counts now, and with the PMSL spots on the line here, and the pressure is on, man, the teams don't exactly have any choice but to dominate, especially that we have a Rondo map that's going to happen in just a while. So the first 3 matches is detrimental to all of the teams involved.
Mhm. I mean, yeah, these are the detrimental matches, and from this point onward, it is something. It is something that the teams do have to focus on amongst themselves on what they're gonna do, and from this point onward, it is their mindset. It is the mind game that every single team is trying to play amongst each other, and from that point onward, talking about the circle into the match number 2, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, the play line is somewhere different. On the very corner, you can see the Chuba setup, the Minascal Valley, the middle when nobody is going. That's where the circle has shifted towards. So, but I'm at the very least glad it's not a water circle like the match number 2 of the yesterday.
Oh man, I don't know if you guys saw what happened yesterday in Miramar, but that was kind of catastrophic, which is, of course, very good for the audience because there was a lot of action that really happened in the back and forth, all of the trades. Man, it was phenomenal to watch. I mean, the harder it is for the teams, the more fun for us. That is a given truth. Now, we all know that Miramar's brutal arid terrain and wide open spaces bring a fresh challenge. The strategic rotations will be different here. And speaking of being different, we've got the kill feed already lining up, and it's RLX once again who finds himself in another engagement up against RC32. But it's a good thing, for the side of RC32, because they are the ones who actually bagged an elimination point, and that also paved the way for Class to get picked up. And so RC32 back on their feet once again here, ladies and gents, back on the 4-man squad.
Back onto the 4-man squad once again into the game, but so far, JUTTI squad, this is one team that will get some instant eliminations onto their side. Things are not looking good for them, as slowly and steadily, SHREEPECH is making sure that at least their points are high enough that they can play the Rondo game. I mean, at this point, online teams, what they can do really without having to worry about the fact that, okay, it's a PMSL slot at this point at stake. They have nothing. They can't do anything. They can't get 80 points within the 5 games, within the 4 games, in fact, from this point onward that they need to play. So what they can do is they can at least maintain the points, the number of points that can actually get into the Rondo show match, and play that good. Play that match with their hard content, where they might be able to secure some more extra price pools for themselves. But Royal Dragon is on our screen so far. We have Club, we have Frag, we have Suba, and we have Master Zerdy once again. It is the San Martin area. And, nobody's into the close vicinity, so this team is all alone here. And so far, judging from the fact RLX, yeah, they got into the fight. RC32, I think they were the one responsible for that one elimination on the RLX's player. Then we have SHREEPECH, another bottom line team, another team that is kind of on the second chart, the 14-15 spot, where they managed to secure the elimination on a team that is actually within the top 5.
Exactly. I mean, if we are going to break down everything that we've seen so far in Miramar from day 1 and day 2 of the PMNC finals, I mean, we all know that Miramar is a totally different beast, compared to Eranco, because we've got a lot of wide open desert terrain here. And, just getting back, Tribe AEROMACY, one of the teams that actually made highlights or headlines by snagging their first WWCD on the grand final stage. But, yeah, I mean, they held their nerve when it mattered most, and playing the late game with impeccable timing and positioning. It's been a long time coming for them, to be honest, but that WWCD was not only a huge morale boost, but also a statement of the rest of the field. And just moments ago, we've seen quite a trade-off that happened. I believe that was from Was that from T2K? Not exactly sure, or RLX. But anyway, we don't exactly have enough clashes that is happening for stage number one because, well, everyone is still busy, going through every compound they can find in the map just to make sure that they have already filled up their backpacks for any engagement that's about to happen in just a few more minutes, perhaps. But the overall takeaway I can say for Miramar, teams like Tribe AEROMACY, LOD Nexus, they've clearly adapted to the unique demands by playing smart, patient, and aggressive when the time called for it. I mean, meanwhile, DRS and T2K, okay, they have learned that even proven strategies can falter in the map here where every elimination counts. And of course, precision is one of the key factors to win for this round. And if we're going to be looking ahead to the final games, I mean, this Miramar performances are kind of a blueprint for success in the PMNC finals because not everyone has the same tactic in this round, and not all tactics is, of course, effective in this particular map.
While we're on the stalemate side of the map at this point of the game, let me tell you guys once again, the registrations is live for the PMTG Season 2, ladies and gentlemen. There is multiple opportunities to get into the PMTG Season 2. First thing is the top 4 teams from the PMTG. The reward for the PMTG Season 2 will be they will be getting a seating slot into the PMSL. In fact, PMNC South Asia Falls, out of which, once again, it might be PMSL slots coming out for you guys if you manage to secure yourself into the PMNC. Then the top 1 team from this tournament, the PMNC, they will get a slot in the PMTG Pro Season 2 as well. There's only a limited slots available, so you have to go and register your team. 25th May is going to be the last date, so you have to go and start registration. Start your registrations right now at this point. We need you into the next maybe live for either the PMTG, or if we want to see you guys into the PMNCs again. Come on, 16 teams once again back into the fight once we are, and it's still a stalemate. I've said everything. I've given you the opportunity. Yeah, you can go register. The link is in the chat. Go register your team. And still, the fight has yet to occur. The team has yet to go near another team, near their opponents to initiate the fight. So far, the first stage is closing on within the 20 seconds marker. And Andy, I am so happy to see finally a Miramar. We're not seeing that early fight. I don't know how I can say this, but I am actually happy at this point because I usually go for okay, go for the fights early. But now, as we are talking about all this landside area, another shift of the circle, the second stage going towards the Picado area, the fight has yet to occur. The teams have yet to get eliminated.
Oh man, do you remember DRS's performance in the final Miramar yesterday? I mean, we've always known DRS to kind of avoid conflicts during the first few zones, but when they overcommitted in the early zones on Miramar and ended up with just 3 points in that match, that was kind of a rare stumble from a usually dominant team. This elimination wasn't just kind of a numerical setback. It sent a strong signal that even the heavyweights can have an off day when the desert throw its unique challenges your way. So I do wonder if DRS is going to stick to their formula of avoiding all altercations from the first few zones and really popping off when it's time to really pop off. But speaking of popping up, we've got Royal GURKHAS going up against Royal Dragons, which is one of the high-performing teams so far in the PMNC finals. Let's see who's going to be winning the fight, because now we also have 4 death machines getting into the mix here, trying to flush them out from this warehouse. So I now believe that Royal GURKHAS managing 2 teams from this particular spot.
They are managing 2 teams from this particular spot, and they have to be careful on how they're going to manage this out, because we do talk about that. Yeah, it's possible to take the initiative fight with the 2 different teams, but one single wrong move, that would mean that the 2 other teams that you're trying to hold off into the premises, they will definitely be going to your angle to get that fight, to get that prevent factor done onto their self. So far, yeah, 16 out of 16 teams I am so amazed with this lobby. Yeah, there's duels, there's trios going on into the match, but yeah, not a single team so far has been eliminated. RD is down to 2, JUTTI squad is down to 2, HAINA ESPORTS out of the circle of the 4 men, and AEROMACY is also down to the 2 players that they are. VETM7, I'm kind of rooting for these guys to like actually secure some of the points to get themselves into at least the Rondo map.
You know what? DRS, again, it wasn't a very solid performance from Erangel just a while ago, because they just got eliminated by LD Nexus from that clash, right? And KOM was part of the top 3 teams that finished in the previous match. And so if we're going to be looking at the numbers here, DRS, they only have a 1-point lead up against KOM, which is, of course, puts them in a world of trouble here. So DRS Gaming needs to step up for this round because there's a lot at stake. There's like a massive thing at stake for DRS Gaming. I mean, they have worked so good and so hard to get into the position that they are currently in the PMNC finals, and they need to be consistent from this point on, Torix. I mean, they are holding on to the top spot, but the question is for how long? Because other teams are now gearing up and taking it up another level here to make sure that they remain competitive. And how can that impact, of course, the overall gameplay set out by DRS?
DRS is one of the few teams that we are not seeing, in fact, to like do a bad performance whatsoever. So seeing them in yesterday's Miramar to get 3 points, and in this match, last match, to get just 2 points, it's definitely a hard-hitting factor for the team. But example so far, getting 1 knockdown against the Team RLX, and now Team RLX is in fact down to the very last guy. Things are not looking good for these guys of the Team RLX, and in between all of these fights that are actually happening in this Picado area, you can see just how many teams are into the vicinity. There's MTD Twisted, I can see on the backside, there's the JUTTI squad, there's the Team Loco KOM, in fact, that is also alive, the 4-man. And KOM is one of that team that can potentially take the DRS out of the throne from the hashtag #1, take their position. They just need a 1 good match. But T2K, they're also going to be one of the team where they're going to get those shots, they're going to get those knockdowns connected on themselves. KOM going forward, getting those knockdowns on the VTM7, the team that I was kind of rooting for, that, okay, they might be able to secure some point. No. They're the one that's going to lose 2 of their players, and the players are actually closing in. The shots are getting connected. The player's super low, but still not a single connection enough to get that knockdown done.
Everyone wants a piece of the action. We've got 5 teams having the trade-offs. KOM on the screen, 1 elimination point. And if we're going to be looking at the situation of the other teams, over to the right side of the screen here, we've got RLX down to their last player. TM7 down to 2. Same thing goes for JUTTI squad. But we're going to focus our attention here on the fight that's actually happening. We got KOM still on the screen. DRS is also just right around the corner. Also trying to put a lot of pressure onto the teams who would want to step into this particular spot. We got Delta, and there's tons of players who is just in front of him. And this could potentially score DRS Gaming enough points for them to maintain their lead in the overalls. Now, TM7, oh man, they're still part of the bottom of the leaderboard. And again, they need to step up the gas here. They need to be aggressive if they would want to get out of the bottom 4 in the leaderboard and participate in Rondo. But 16 points here in total, Torix. Oh man, I don't know what's going to happen and what kind of miracle TM7 needs to pull out. Or like pull off rather, in order for them to survive and play in Rondo. But I guess, you know, at this point, it's safe to say that TM7 now playing for experience, right? If you're not going to win, then you will have to learn. Okay, here we go. Trade-offs not stopping just yet. We've got, how many teams do we have on the minimap here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh man, we've got 5 teams just really eyeing to stay
6,
in any
not
of the
5.
Oh, maybe say, okay, that's 6 teams really fighting for a piece of the action here, a piece of land that they could probably use as their refuge, their sanctuary for now, because it is turning out to be a complete bloodbath at this point.
I mean, yeah, it definitely will turn into a complete bloodbath. The whole city is gonna turn red, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, it's desert, but still, it's definitely going to get colored in the red color. HAINA Esports so far on the top of the mountains, waiting for the circle shift. In fact, the circle shift is going to close down within the 2 minutes, and so far, from what I can see, what I can assume, I think they should be in a really amazing spot because nobody can come from their backstep. They all have to look out for the fact is the front of fight and all those shots that can come from the forefront angles. AEROMACY's Azio is going to be taken down, so someone needs to get that revival done. Ajaya, in the meanwhile, also gets a knockdown. These teams somewhat is outside of the circle, and T2K being one of the team that is outside, it definitely is going to put a lot of pressure on them. This is the grenade that we need. This is the grenade that we want from the KOM as well, making sure that they are getting that full fight covered against the team DRS as well. Just so far, JUTTI is down. JUTTI is down. The player needs to get that confirmation done as soon as possible if you want to have any chance against the team DRS at this point. Both parties, both teams has 2 eliminations to their name. It's a single point of difference between everything that's going on. And there we go. Hang coming in, getting knocked down. The backside, back shots coming around. KOM is going to survive 3 eliminations. But look at the total points. It is 91 on DRS and KOM. But can KOM revive their play? The answer is yes. Once again, back to the 3-man that they are. It is an equilibrium if we are talking about against the team at DRS. But the fight, it's definitely going to commence once again. It's a chain reaction. One fight is going to happen. The other fights are going to start right after that. NEPX pressure, super, one more grenade, one more splash damage. Could have been detrimental for the guy. He's trying the 8 times, a mini 14 to look out for the guys, look out for the players, but into the close vicinity, I do believe so. That's DRS, just chilling, just waiting for the opportunity and those grenades that can potentially come in into the contact against this team.
T2K again was able to take a massive hit, and now they are the second team to get the boot out of Miramar. So we're looking at 14 teams remaining here, and oh man, we got 10 seconds on the clock before the zone closes. We're looking at TM7, 2 casualties. We got the boys of KOM here. Loco already out of the game. He is the top performing player for the side of KOM. So let's see how this is going to, of course, affect the overall gameplay coming from the side of KOM. But as you can see, we still got 6 teams here fighting for their lives, trying to survive the situation. But it could be hard since, you know, I mean, this particular area right here is still included in the zone. So there's pressure onto the side of those teams that are still in the outskirts trying to get in, because they have to deal with those teams that are doing the gatekeeping up against them.
Exactly.
So that's, I mean, that's the defensive side of those teams, of course, not letting them get inside the safe zone right at an instant.
I mean, TM7, once again, I have to say they have they have pulled a short straw at this point. Outside of the circle, trying to get in the circle and where the team NEPX is constantly looking at you. No, there is no way, I do believe so, that they can actually survive this tussle out. Orpheus throwing those grenades and maybe the smokes to get a really cover up. But KOM, those are beautiful shots coming from Orpheus. Low that HP as a replay. Gets that elimination done. Orpheus is going to heal, whereas the MTD twisted forward. Giles is going to take down Keo from KOM. KOM has successfully overtaken the DRS at this point, but there's still hope. GURKHAS can still secure that top position if they play it out really good, get those points once again. They don't need that much of a difference. Just 1 point of a difference is what they require. So just not getting into the fight is going to be enough for the DRS to get back into the top shape, top position once again. But Orpheus finally receiving some grenades. He's trying to look under the different team. The NEPX is actually looking at him constantly. That's three sprays that can potentially come on at you. The grenades coming on, it might do a lot of damage, but now the circle is closing in. The circle is this guy. There is no way
Oh
he can
man.
survive. He has to take a leap of faith.
Okay.
He gets into cover. Oh my god, he's still alive. He's still surviving. But now, I don't think so that Hanks even has the slightest of idea on where the player is situated at. You have to close the door. You have to close the door. Come on. Take the fight, maybe against the team NEPX or Fiesta, because this is your last chance of survival here. You can't stay and just think that you're gonna survive. No, there is more teams into the back premises, and those upper side compounds, those triple story things, they also have a clear angle against you. So whatever you're doing, wherever you're staying, you have to be very careful in whatever you're doing. 30 seconds, the circle's gonna close, and I do believe so that before that circle is gonna close, Orpheus might go back to the lobby.
And Orpheus is actually pulling off a lot of evasive maneuvers to stay alive. He was so laser focused, at surviving. But there's just really too many teams pointing, their guns at him, and it's okay. I mean, I'm already amazed at the fact that he was able to cross the road, to be honest. But anyway, 30
That's
teams
true.
remaining here. 30 teams remaining here, ladies and gents. Again, we're back into LOD, NEXUS, rather. But they have already suffered one casualty, so we're looking at 3 members. We got Godson, Wimpy, and of course, Keto over here. They're up against RC32. But I feel like Wimpy is a little bit surrounded at this point. I mean, he's been taking a lot of nade attacks coming from RC32. It's a good thing because he remains to be elusive. He is on prone, and I'm not even sure if RC32 knows exactly where he is. But anyway, back into the action we go. Right at the edge of the circle here, we got DRS, Gyante already out of the game. Oh, quite surprising, I can say. Now they are down to the second spot here with only 2 LMs in the bag. KOM is already at the top spot. Ooh, nice touch by KOM. And just like what we said, right? I mean, they have already worked so hard. DRS managed to stay at the top for the longest time possible. And now for Miramar, and they already suffered 1 casualty. Can they still make it? Can they reclaim the top spot from KOM?
I mean, yeah, this is one thing that should be considered into the fact that, okay, how well are you going to be able to secure those points? Are you going to be able to take that top position against the KOM once again? Is this the end of the reign for DRS? Only the time will tell. Only the matches will show us what's going to happen. But so far, it is RC32 versus the team NEPX. The strike goes on and Anish gets eliminated from the party. Wait a second. What? I was not expecting this. Okay, I was expecting the team that was in the close vicinity. Either it was I think it was NEPX that was in the close vicinity to get the elimination on towards the RC32. But no, it was the backside. I think it was the RD that managed to get those eliminations on these guys. Mystic, MTD, there we go. SHREEPECH, Joker is going to be taken down. Precious is the last guy. LOD's in the front lines. The Molotov goes over the... Oh my god. The Uzi comes into the connection. He finally gets the confirmation on towards the player. It's a 1v2. He gets the nail in the coffin. 8 elimination. 6 elimination, in fact, for the team. And NEPX still alive into the game. Once again, securing the top 4 spot for themselves. They were at the start of today on the hashtag number 7. Not only they have came up 3 positions into the overall ranking, but with the points that they have and the number of players that are still alive, they still have a very amazing and a great chance of securing more and more points for themselves.
All I can say is that it was a pretty cool clutch that was pulled off by Rex of NEPX. This will surely, of course, help themselves into maybe climbing more ranks in the leaderboard, which of course what NEPX needs exactly. We're talking about consistency and how it goes on and off, for the side of NEPX, but hopefully everything will turn out just to be fine, because NEPX again performed really great during the PMGO, and everyone is kind of really expecting for them to also pull off a great win here for the PMNC to secure a slot in the PMSL. Now, for Death Machines, back on the screen screen. 5 points for them, and they're still finding, to rack up some more points in the bag. But we can see at least 5 teams still in the outskirts here, trying to make their way in, trying to infiltrate the circle. But it could be a little hard since they have to deal with a lot of those teams that are still outside as well. DRS, they kind of need to regroup. They need to reset, and for now I feel like it's all information gameplay, since we've been hearing a lot of gunshots happen from all around, but they have to figure out where exactly their opponents are so they know where to point their guns. Now DRS finding it a little bit hard, to step inside the circle, just because again they still have plenty more teams to go through. And there you go, there was another clutch done, eliminating
number 1.
RLX.
Back on the number 1, ladies and gentlemen. That's DRS for you. 3 players that are remaining and 4 eliminations. Amazing job done. But, oh my god, Master Zodi, your car just flipped over, man. The MTD twisted coming into the close, even just to get the knockdown. The flare, the grenade makes the connection. Kyle gets a knockdown. There is not Zoo closing in to the Y10. The grenade is gonna go. It's gonna do a splash damage. The second grenade is gonna do a splash damage. Y10 is gonna move forward, but into the cover side. In fact, 2 seconds, 1 second. He's gonna throw it right on the face. But will that get a connection? The answer is yes. Y10 gets a knockdown, leaving everything to the last guy. That is Caesar. On the backside, there's also the DRS waiting for the opportunity, but they're also getting those knockdowns onto their side. RG down to the last guy. The grenade goes over towards the frag. Not a single connection, not a single splash damage. Once again, Himson, another grenade. No connection whatsoever. You're making waste of your grenades at this point. You're not getting any kind of connection, so I don't think that you should be throwing the grenades onto the team that is on the top. But MTD Caesar, Mystic Twisted Caesar, they're going to be eliminated by the hand of DRS. SHREEPECH is going to be eliminated by HAINA. Right with this, we're down to the top 7, ladies and gentlemen, where HAINA has secured the 5 eliminations. Already frag. I have to give it to this guy. The way he is actually able to stay alive into this particular match. HAINA ESPORTS not only going to be able to secure those 5 eliminations, but also the eliminations for the DRS. Now the 7 eliminations in total, they are set for this game. 59 total points towards their name. Still 8 points behind the hashtag number 9, which is the MTD Twisted 4.
The future is not bright, at least for this round. For that last remaining player coming from Royal Dragons, I mean, he is being hunted by the boys of HAINA, waiting for him to get down from that high ground, which is, of course, going to be hard. Anyway, from the kill feed, it's now Frag shutting down a couple players from HAINA. Oh my goodness, that was such a great clutch, again, pulled off by Frag. He is now clearly a key player from the side of Royal Dragons. I mean, if they would want to maintain their overall position, then they need to also kind of turn their aggression up a notch here. HAINA a little bit exposed to the other teams as well, and I feel like, okay, so there's another team that got eliminated. I think, yeah, that was the final call for Frag here from Royal Dragons, so which brings us down to 5 teams remaining. Tribe AEROMACY still alive and kicking, but down to just 2 players. We got HAINA, RG, Royal GURKHAS, 4 Death Machines, and of course a NEPX. No full squad for stage 8 here, and we've got ARC777 putting the pain onto the boys of HAINA. I mean, pretty much 2 players from HAINA clearly within his line of sight here, so he's probably just waiting for that right opportunity to pop their heads open.
He is waiting for the opportunity, but so is the team NEPX as well. But the circle's closing in, ladies and gentlemen. We have 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second, and there we go. The circle took another shift. This is the stage number 9, and this is going to mark the end for the match number 2. NEPX close to the 4 Death Machines, the solo guy of the 4 Death Machines. He's just chilling out there. I have to commend the guy on how he's surviving into the proximity, into the top 5. We have a GURKHAS, a duo there. We have the HAINA ESPORTS, a duo as well. But NEPX, no! That single shots coming around. Rex is going to be taken down if and only if 4 Death Machine peaks even get the slightest realization of what's happening. which team is actually getting that knockdown. He's definitely going to take that aggression on the players. But GURKHAS trying to throw the Molotov. It's not going to connect, so it's no like a way to like throw it off the phone on the team. AEROMACY is going to also get eliminated. The Molotov is goes over there. Arc is super from that HP, but the Molotov is not going to get any connection. The player from the GURKHAS will get a knockdown. He will get the confirmation, but before that confirmation may occur, for that machine is also going to be eliminated out of the match. They were a solo player, so basically we're down to 1 versus 2. 5 total players, 3 total teams. It's a 3-way standoff point at this like a location, and the area that is right now inside of that circle, it's completely open. You have just these hay bales, haystacks, maybe this compound that you can potentially like hold out for a tad bit longer bit of time. HAINA Esports, the way that they're maintaining and moving forward slowly and steadily, I don't think so that any other team is going to stand a chance against them.
I think the final showdown will happen between HAINA and NEPX Esports. I mean, could this be a back-to-back winner-winner chicken dinner for HAINA? They're really trying to make up for the lost points, the lost opportunities that happened from day 1 and day 2 of the grand finals. And Rex now goes down. Precious is all up to you to be the knight in shining armor for the side of NEPX Esports. We got Precious cooking up a nade here, and Amali goes after Psycho, and a clutch done by NEPX here, winning the chicken dinner and eliminating all the oppositions for match number 2 here at day 3, final day of the PMNC.
Oh my goodness! Match number 2, ladies and gentlemen, for this team, for the team NEPX, going on the chicken dinner side, and now once again reclaiming their it's from the number 7 all the way to the 4, and from the 4, maybe now into the top 3, ladies and gentlemen. We have the winner of the chicken dinner. It is NEPX for you. And a beautiful ending. Not only did they manage to like take down the players of the Royal GURKHAS at that point, how they like took down them, the 2 players, and after that, right with this, how he just managed to like squeeze out the final nail in the coffin, get that chicken dinner. It was amazing. It is a precious gem for the team. 7 eliminations individually, 13, 20, 78 damage for the team. 50% of the contribution. Then we have 4 eliminations for Rex, 566 damage. We have Domain with 1 elimination. We have Mukesh with 2.
Yeah, and of course that was such a great performance though coming from Precious. It was of course run by adrenaline, I can say. You know, it was a crucial and pivotal moment for the side of NEPX. They know what they needed to do. Of course, they need to take their aggression up another level here just to maintain their competitiveness in this competition. And understandably so, because I feel like they have lost a lot of opportunities from day 1 and day number 2 of the grand finals, and now they're making up for it, which is of course starting with a great win here for match number 2 in Miramar.
The match number 2, Miramar, has came to an end, ladies and gentlemen. We are almost down to the halfway point. And as we are talking about the Fact 10 figurine, the next match is going to be of the Sanhok, the one and only Sanhok that the teams will ever play. And after that, we will have the most awaited match that, in fact, I am awaiting for the most at this point because I've talked about it so many times. It is a Rondo, ladies and gentlemen, that will come. But he tried his level best. I love how the fact that HAINA could have had the potential to take a second chicken dinner for themselves into the day number 3. They were instantly stopped off by the team NEPX. Now getting those 7 elimination, he is the MVP. Precious is the MVP. 19.44 headshot ratio, percentage 75 on the body and 5.56% on the leg shots. He was consistently getting those body shots connected on towards the players where he was trying to like hold down the recoil control. It was going on either the heads or the leg shots.
Exactly. You know, NEPX really stole the show, you know, by clutching that chicken dinner while racking up a double-digit eliminations. I mean, if we're going to talk about a performance that speaks volumes under pressure, their aggressive rotations and timely decision-making turned the tide in their favor, proving that, you know, when the moment calls, they're more than ready to deliver. And this win wasn't just another notch onto the scoreboard. It was, of course, a statement of sheer greed and teamwork. But on the flip side here, Torix, HAINA was right on the brink of scoring a back-to-back chicken dinner. I mean, they pushed hard and nearly had it in the bag, to be honest, but fell short, as a NEPX precision and clutch plays managed to edge them out, courtesy of Precious, of course. It was a bittersweet moment, I think, for HAINA. I mean, they were so close to doubling down on their dominance, yet a tiny misstep changed the narrative.
Yeah, I mean, they're so close, yet so far. But 14 elimination, NEPX. What have these guys like had for lunch at this point before getting into this match? 14 eliminations. They were definitely hungry, man. They were definitely hungry. 24 points. SHREEPECH on the second chart, top position, 3 points. RC32 with a 3. MTD Twisted with the 3 as well. LOD NEXUS with 2. 1 for VETM 7 and T2K. But JUTTI squad, RLX, 0 points whatsoever for this team. On towards the match number 2, the final day of the PMNC, ladies and gentlemen, the South Asia 2025. We are 2 matches done, 3 more matches for the completion of the PMNC. But in the middle of those 3 matches, there will be a Rondo match. So technically, if we do have to talk about the overall matches, for just the PMNC ranking, it's only 3 more matches more to go. But NEPX,
Oh my goodness.
not only dethroned from their respective points, but also the DRS 1 point above them on the number 1 that they go. DRS 95 points, 92 for the KOM, Royal Dragon 89, 82 for the Royal GURKHAS alongside of AEROMACY. Andy, we were saying, yeah, it's gonna be DRS and who, but now the situation has turned over for the PMSL slot.
I know. I mean, given the situation here, it's the first time the DRS Gaming got dethroned, and it was because of NEPX Esports. I mean, it was a hard clutch from the get-go, and now they have been triumphant at dethroning DRS Gaming. But of course, Torix, we're talking about just 1 point lead, just as you mentioned. But of course, we will give credit where credit is due. And in the end of that last round, NEPX's precious display of high-intensity execution not only secured them the win, but also kind of underscored just how every elimination and split-second decision matters in this arena. I mean, this round was a brilliant reminder that in the PMNC finals, it's really the moments of pure calculated aggression that can redefine the game and redefine. That means that they were able to take over the top spot, away from DRS Gaming. Now, the question is, Torix, before we step into the next round, what is DRS going to do in this situation?
Oh my god, they need a definite aggressive match at the very least if they want to hold off of any points that can be the potential for their victory or something. They need those crucial points. You can't get those crucial points, and you can't hope to secure the top position unless you're really aggressive right now. They will be pissed. They will be angry. That I can say for sure. Getting dethroned after 2 days of constant action onto the final day, it's a super hard-hitting blow that even for a second, I think DRS will also be not responsive of what has happened to these guys. But yeah, DRS, from what I can know, from what I can see, I can totally tell you, yeah, there is the possibility that it is DRS we're talking about, and there's always the possibility that they're gonna make a comeback.
Is this the curse of South Asia? Because we did talk about this, before, that team that actually did pretty good during the playoffs actually does not win in the grand final. So could this be another scenario just like this? Oh man, that's gotta be insane. I mean, 6 WWCDs during the playoffs for DRS Gaming and an absolute top-notch 206 points when they ended the playoffs. And now, day number 3 in the grand finals, they have been dethroned by NEPX, which is of course making everything so interesting. I'm excited to jump into the next round, to be honest.
I mean, yeah, and the worst thing is for the teams and for the players, the next round is the Sandhawk.
Oh,
it is the Sandhawk.
man.
You are bound to get into the fights. You are bound to get into those aggressive stances, no matter what the situation is. But right now, ladies and gentlemen, we will talk about the Sandhawk in a short while. But for now, we're going to take a short break. Do not go anywhere. Stay here. Stay connected with us. We'll be right back.
You created. Note that in Rondo, only the ground can be terraformed. Buildings, water, and cement are indestructible. During combat, you can create a hiding space for yourself and wait for enemies to come close to catch them unawares. If you're in an open area with minimal cover, try using a smoke grenade first to obstruct your enemy's vision. Then create a temporary shelter in the ground with a frag grenade before attacking. With a vehicle, you can exit it and attack it from a distance. After it explodes, use the terraformed ground and remaining wreckage to go after your enemies or rest. Head to Rondo now to experiment with this new feature.
के भइरहेछ यहाँ सेटु बेब अब यस्तै हो सधैँभरि बेबे भनेर हुँदैन हैन अब काम पनि त गर्नु पर्यो हामीले ल ल टेक केयर बेब लभ यु ल मा खोइ केटाहरू कहाँ गएछ को छ हौ भूत छ कि क्या हो हाँ हो र दाइ टु स्लो के छ के भइरहेछ यहाँ हो र दाइ कहाँ थिस् त खोइ सबजना यो किन यस्तो फास्ट चलिरहेछ
हो र त हामी फास्ट छैन तपाईँ एकदम स्लो चलिरहेको हामी एकदम स्लो बोलिरहेको छौँ तपाईँको लागि
हावा कुरा नगर्न
हो र दाइले बिहेदेखि पब्जी खेलेको छैन जस्तो छ यता के भइसक्यो पब्जी मोबाइलको नेपालमा छुट्टै सर्भर आइसक्यो र पिङ पनि 30% फास्ट हामी सबै सुपर फास्ट भइसकेको छौँ तपाईँले एकचोटि पब्जी खोलेर हेर्नु त
लास्टै फास्ट रहेछ यार
दाइ ढिलो आयो तर कडा आयो
Let it. Let it.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and once again, welcome back to the 2025 PMNC South Asia Spring Side. We are once again back with you guys after the 2 matches of action, and I do believe so. I just got some feedback that, yeah, my mic might not be working that good, so let me know down once again if it's working again. But yes, with you guys, it is Torix and the one and only Red Queen, the one and only Andy for you guys. Yes, we are here, and the final day of the PMNC 2025 is going to conclude after the 4 total matches, or the 3 matches of action into the PMNC, and 1 Rondo match, if you have to consider that one for yourself. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, she is getting her mic fixed up in a short while I am talking. So, in that meanwhile, I think you're back. I think you're back. You just me. Have our Sandhawk started, but I am so excited for that because
Oh my
after
gosh.
2 days of action, after 2 days of complete action, we are seeing DRS getting dethroned. The things has just got more excited 10 times, in fact, more at this point. But yes, Andy, what are your thoughts on the Sandhawk match, and how do you think the teams might play this off?
Well, reflecting back on that previous round, Torix, it was a nail biter, definitely. DRS had been the rock solid force, leading the scoreboard until NEPX swooped in with a massive performance and by the skinniest margin, might I add, snatched the top spot. It just goes to show that this tournament, of course, even the best have to keep evolving and never let their guard down. For DRS, that 1-point loss is kind of a wake up call, a reminder that in the high octane, close quarters case of Sandhawk, there's no room for even a hint of complacency. Now, with the heat of Sandhawk about to crank up, of course, we are already seeing the teams really drop into their spots here. It is time for DRS to come out swinging with some bold moves here, towards reworking their strategy to turn that loss into a game-changing comeback.
They do have to make a game-changing comeback from this point onward, but it's Sandhawk. We are constantly talking about the single match, that it's Sandhawk. You're not going to have that much of an opportunity already. So you have to make every single point count out for yourself. But so far, we can see the team NEPX into our screen, into the mini screen so far. And talking about this full map, the circle hasn't been made. But what we can see so far is that every team has kind of gone to a separate direction. DRS going super safe. I do believe so. That's a super safe spot that DRS has gone to. And I can see Delta almost in the water.
And you know what? Sandhawk is just like what we always say. This map is actually known for its fast-paced, close-quarter brawls, where every inch matters. And DRS, again, now faces the ultimate comeback challenge. They need to switch up their style here. It's going to be tight rotations and sharp, angular plays and that extra bit of aggression to shake up the battlefield. So the question is, can they adjust on the fly and reclaim the top spot? Because, NEPX, now that they have managed to be at the top spot, the only, or like the the only logical thing that I could think of is, of course, for NEPX not to let go of this situation, not to let go of the throne. I mean, you already have a chance to secure a slot in the PMSL, so I think that NEPX will be more calculated, will be more tactical from this point on, and maintain their lead in the overall ranking. I mean, usually what happens in Sandhog is that we see a fight break out, especially in Paradise Resort, in a boot camp as well. But today, it's a quiet and passive stage one here in Sandhawk. So it only goes to show that every team that we have in the lobby is kind of rethinking on how to approach this map in order for them to climb up the ranks and not be taken out completely off of PMNC.
This exact thing is what we were talking about. Like, at this point, Sandhawk has gone towards such a slow pace start for some reason, where we usually see the fights actually happen at the very start of the game. But no, at this point, no. Every single player, every single team is playing it so safely at this point that nobody's even remotely close to another one. But whoa, wait a second. Not only he crashed outside, but he's not only him. His scooter is in the way of the door. Wait a second, of the entrance, but it's upside down. It's stuck, and still someone managed to sneak past that and get inside that room as well. Talking about the rest of the team, NEPX is another team that is right now on the very top of the leaderboard. They are the king of the leaderboards so far, for what we can say. Unless DRS makes a comeback from this particular point onward and get that top position back to their name. JUTTI squad close to the RLX. The fight will definitely ensue. JUTTI squad, no movement whatsoever. They just went out there. They didn't look into the proximity that, yeah, there might be someone here. They're too focused on their loot, on their arsenal, and getting out of there as soon as possible.
One of the many things that you need to master when it comes to Sandhawk is the stealth attack. So you don't want to instigate, or you don't want to start a fight out there in the open, because it kind of exposes your location to other teams that might have the high ground advantage compared to your team. And again, understandable why there was a little hesitation coming off RLX just a while ago about to open fire up squad. But then again, Matthew Punk, and this is what we were talking about, right, Torix? I mean, you don't want to open fire up against another team, because it compromises your exact location. So it will be easier for for your enemies to kind of spot you down and take you out of the game completely, which happened to, of course, both RLX and SPE here. It was a trade-off that I can say unnecessary for stage one.
The trade-off is always unnecessary into the state number 1, or even the state number 2 if you're talking about. Yeah, it might give you some decent points, but also, if you're in a trade-off, you have to make sure that you're the one that's getting the elimination, not the other team around. But oh my god, beautifully done, T2K, getting the player of the LOD down. Now, Love, Ajaya, both need to get out of the car, heal themselves, now go back to fight once again, whereas the LOD Nexus, Kiddo, has taken down one of the player. Love is down. And other side, Igneous is also down, meaning Ajaya, the only hope of the team. It's everything residing on this guy's shoulder. DBS versus S12K. It's going to happen. The player is once again back to 75% HP. The DBS versus DBS. The DBS connected of Ajaya. And a fight of 1 versus 1 is going to ensue. In the meanwhile, look at T2K. There is that one guy that is not looking. That is not looking at Wimpy. Come on, you just have missed out the action that you could have had for yourself and for your team, those points that you could have secured for yourself. Now, Team T2K, they will have to reset their players and come at you with a full man squad.
Yep, Wimpy now coming for the rescue. T2K ESPORTS manages to get back on their feet. They're now a full squad once again. Ignis having a fight here, dancing it off up against Wimpy, and Wimpy just got served and LOD Nexus out of the game. The first team to actually be taken out as Sandhawk. Now, coming off the kill feed, it's RLX going up against SPE once again. If you guys remember it correctly, the first clash actually happened between these two teams, and both of the teams suffered a loss. And now SPE might lose another member here if he doesn't get picked up at this point. So I believe I mean, SPE does still have time here to recuperate from that exchange, because RLX, I don't think they're going to push hard for now. Speaking of the team's position here, we got SPE coming from the northern side. They are traveling, getting, will be passing through boot camp where Tribe AEROMACY is currently staying at. And I believe there will be a lot of fights that will definitely happen right at the edge of the circle here. So there will be massive cleanups, that is for sure.
A little watery side circle. I have to give it to the Sandhawk on this one. That, yeah, it is going to somewhat the water area, but still, the situation is on the fact that DRS is still inside that circle. There is a lot of teams that is in the safe zone, and that only means one thing, that we might see some maybe casualties. The fight that may ensue outskirts of the area. That's exactly what's happening so far. JUTTI squad looking at the premises. I think that's RC32 into the vicinity, but they have to shoot. They have to get that knockdown done, connected on towards the players. He should have gone to the prone angle. He should have prone down before shooting at the players. They could have got the knockdown, but now, as he has given out his location, he has to take the long way in the circle as well. From this point onward, there is no way, there is no hope that he can survive, maybe just on the proximity of going on foot straight up against this team. He jumps down, he's gonna be eliminated. He goes onto the foot front side, he will be eliminated by RC32 maybe at that time, or maybe that was the RLX. Both of the parties, both of the teams can be one of them. So because of the fact that RLX was the one that were kind of low in that HP right now, I'm gonna assume it was RLX that they were shooting at, JUTTI squad. So with this, SHREEPECH, they are also outside. 31 points, 34 for RC32, and VETM7, still one off that team that might not play the next match. In fact, I do believe so. And is it third match, or is it the third match? After the third match, we're gonna have that Rondo. So this match is going to be the crucial one for VETM7 to whether they're gonna play it up, whether they're gonna play the Rondo, or they're gonna be on the bench.
How many teams are gonna get through Rondo? So one team will be eliminated completely after Sandhawk.
Yes. So
Okay.
there will be the top 15 into the overall going into the Rondo with the Hora having that in white.
Okay, let's be real here. A TM7 only at 16 points. It would take a miracle for them to get through Sandhawk. But it's a good thing because stage 2, there's still a complete squad. If they get a double-digit elimination points plus the chicken dinner, then perhaps they could take out SPE, because SPE is hanging by a thread here. To be honest, SPE at 31 points, and they've already suffered 2 casualties. 2 of them a little bit low on the HP here. So TM7 does have that chance, but then again, it should be like high octane gameplay, from TM7 to ensure a spot in the next round.
I mean that is true. They might not be able to get into the next round, but oh my god, this circle. I just love it. I love it. The moment it's going to go towards the water, I'm going to love every single bit of that. Bantai, Team RD's situated over there. RC32, close to the T2K's proximity. Classy's kind of far away near the shorelines. And he can be taken down. He can be that unfortunate guy that may just get taken down. Through Love is going to be knocked out so far. Classy's going to take him down. And oh my god, that off angle actually worked. It instead of like getting the player eliminated, himself eliminated, he's the one that's getting those eliminations done and connected on towards the players. Anish slowly and steadily moving forward, closing down onto the proximity of the teams as well. He is moving, but the main question still remains: will he be able to get a connection? Will he be able to get those knockdowns? Or if Ninja is going to be able to get that confirmation on his side, because Anish is trying his level best to take down one more player of the T2K. Come on.
Exactly. Oh man. Again, NEPX is really trying to be cautious at this point, but I feel like they're going up against HAINA as well. Precious is currently knocked down after catching a fade to the face here. T2K ESPORTS. Oh, this is a massive performance. 8 elimination points into stage 3 here in Sandhog. Okay. It's a make or break a situation for the side of T2K ESPORTS, but then again, I don't think they're still gunning for the top spot right here from PMNC, but perhaps to be included in the top 8, you know, for the entirety of this tournament. But anyway, RC32 back on the screen here, 2 men out, so it's just Classy and Anish going up against T2K. From this angle, Anish does have a cover. That's a big rock in front of him, so he does have that element of surprise up against T2K, so perhaps he could capitalize on that one. Classy is a bit far from his teammate, but potentially he could be the mid man here, and Tudulov doesn't know exactly where Anish is, and just look at that. Boom goes the nade, and down goes Tudulov. Same thing goes for Rex in another part of town. I think he got shot down by Not2.
He did. I do believe so, that too. But RC32 and he's now going for the Classy revival. He is going to get shot from the backside, but fortunately enough, he manages to locate his player, get on in time, and get that revival place done. But going to the northern corner of the map, we see HAINA ESPORTS. Unfortunately for the team NEPX, they got eliminated early on too, with 0 casualties, 0 elimination that they have done onto any other team. But T2K, they're gonna have this 4 more eliminations, 2 more eliminations, with a total of 4 and a total of 10 for that team. Oh my god, this team is on fire, ladies and gentlemen. Please, water. No, it didn't go to the water. It went to the main island, somewhat the main island side. The bridge is still in the circle. Camp Charlie's in the circle. We have the HAINA ESPORTS versus RG versus T2K. That can potentially happen. We also have Team TM7 closing down to Destro, as Destro is knocked down. There is the team of Royal GURKHAS' Arc into the proximity where he can like steal those eliminations against these teams, against these players. And from this point onward, we do have to see what's going to happen to all of these teams, all of these players, because we are down to top 13, and still a lot of numbers, a lot of players are kind of getting into the fight with the knockdowns.
You know what, Royal Dragon, again, great opportunity for this team since they're holding on to a large compound here. If I'm not mistaken, they are inside boot camp area. There are a lot of teams that's headed towards that direction just because it is included in the final or in the circle, right? And so there will be a need for the teams to again infiltrate the safe zone. But how can they pull off such a great stride if of course the team is already camping and had already taken over that compound? So it's going to be an interesting fight. Also, Tribe AEROMACY going up against DRS. Oh, this is not good for the side of DRS, but of course if they can be successful from this match, then all the good for them, working out the advantages. But oh man, they're getting picked off one by one here by Tribe AEROMACY, and again, this could be very crucial onto the side of DRS, because again, they're fighting for the top spot here and going up against Tribe AEROMACY, one of the high tier teams in the PMNC. This could be, you know, quite a trouble for the side of Dog Wheel Soldiers.
I mean, yeah, DRS getting back into the top spot. First of all, ladies and gentlemen, this is one thing that we are seeing off the DRS, and that is that they are back in action, ladies and gentlemen. They are back in action. They're back into the number 1 spot, and right with this, now they will be trying to get more and more eliminations for their name or for themselves. So far, what we can see is the top 13 teams, top 13 players that are kind of like alive into this particular location. Team KOM is going to have one player knocked out. Okay, that is one thing that the player needs to be careful of on what he needs to do. But there we go, Hang from KOM. He's going to also do some bullets, shoot some bullets.
Man.
Player is knocked down. At the same time, KOM receiving a lot of penalties, a lot of casualties on this particular angle. Come on, they need to put their act together if they want to survive more into this action and more into this game. DRS is still alive. The one man more, as example, is right now on his knees. Everything is residing on the single guy from the DRS, but he's not going to be able to get up on top of that. He's going to get eliminated. And right with this, DRS is also, ladies and gentlemen, out of the match.
Oh man. Okay, so the good thing about this is that KOM and also Royal Dragons will now have a chance to catch up with NEPX and DRS. DRS manages to put only 4 points in the bag, NEPX with none at all. Currently, NEPX is at 96 points. Okay, DRS was able to reclaim the throne from NEPX, but then again, two of the best teams so far in PMNC have been eliminated in Sandhawk. So again, KOM has a chance to rack up quite enough of points here, of course, to catch up with both DRS and NEPX. And I guess it's the same thing for Royal Dragons as well. And now looking at the situation, Royal Dragons being gatecapped by, of course, a KOM. And this is such a fantastic thing to see just because two of these teams trying to make their way to the top.
The two teams trying to make their way into the top, and they are kind of getting hindered by all the third parties, all the teams that are actually not even close to them. That's the saddest part. The DRS and NEPX are kind of getting eliminated by those teams that are kind of on the low side, like Mystic, RLX, or HAINA ESPORTS too. Look at them. They got some decent number of eliminations to their name. 4 eliminations for HAINA, 10 for the T2K on the other hand. But RLX with a solo player, 4 eliminations to their name as well. A great opportunity, I would still say, in this match to survive into the top, maybe 5, maybe the top 4. We TM7, I'm so happy with their progression too. Imagine getting into the top 3 and securing that position where you can move into the Rondo map. But there we go. KOM is finally gonna eliminate Team Royal Dragons out of the equation.
Oh man. Okay, so Sandhawk continues to be quite a beast here for all of the teams. So we're looking down at 8 teams remaining for stage 6 here. Every decision counts, from this point on, with the zones shifting fast, and of course distances are much shorter. You have to be on your toes. Your rotations have to be as quick as your reflexes, and again, a single misstep can leave you exposed to multiple angles for elimination. And now HAINA, they have managed to build that momentum from the game number 1. They managed to get a chicken dinner almost during match number 2, and now stepping into Sandhawk, I think that they've already quite gotten down the rhythm, and they're performing great. Even if they're down to just 3 members, they already bagged 4 elimination points for themselves.
Yeah, that is true. They already bagged this much points for themselves, even if they're getting eliminated. The one thing that I do love about the DRS is DRS did not left this match empty-handed. They made sure to first the team that was on the top, they get eliminated, then they are the ones that will get those eliminations, 4 eliminations, kind of getting into the top 1 spot once again, and then moving into the elimination side. But we are down to the top 6, ladies and gentlemen. VTM7 is alive, RLX is alive, 2 Mystic, HAINA, and 4 Death Machines. These are the names that are still into the game, and they have potential. They have a really great potential of securing a lot of points. I have to give it to T2K. 10 eliminations so far. It's a very big number. And on top of that, if you're gonna get some decent number of positioning points, you're definitely bound to have a really amazing start for yourself. But TM7 close to the RC32. In fact, now RLX. Then we have the full elimination of the 4 Death Machines, leaving everything down to the top 5.
It's really quite a step up onto the side of T2K. Double-digit elimination points is, of course, a phenomenal coming from train to kill. And now the trade-off continues on. Killfit is lining up. We got HAINA versus T2K at the moment. Mystic Twisted on the screen here, trying to find an angle that could best work for the team. They do know that there is still a player from inside that small hut over there in front of them. But HAINA, man, they are getting the beat down up against a T2K. I believe we already have like how many players already down on the ground? Okay, so 2. We only have like 1 active player left, and Slayer just got slayed. Oh, brutally slayed by T2K, which brings us down to just 4 teams remaining here. We got still Mystic, Autolex, and TM7. Of course, the bottom team here in the PMNC, and just like that, just as we speak of them, just as we praise them, TM7 also got the butt out of Sandhawk, which brings us down to the final 3 teams remaining, which of course, the Mystic has the best chance to score the chicken dinner here. Will Bhutan be at the top for this round?
Oh, will they be? Will they not be? This is the question, ladies and gentlemen. This is the question. We are officially down to the last 2 teams. And between these 2 teams, it's all going to be in our score, in our screen. Who's going to back that winner chicken dinner for themselves in this match. And there we go. The first casualties coming on both sides. It's a 1 versus 1. The shots are coming on Killing, super low on that HP. And there we go. Ajaya coming in with the clutch, getting that elimination. It is ladies and gentlemen, T2K, not only with those amazing elimination points, but on top of that, ladies and gentlemen, he is gonna have that winner chicken dinner.
How many points were they able to set out? Like 15, 16?
14, 15, yeah.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so 14, I guess it was a total, if I'm not mistaken. The last time I saw T2K on the screen, they already have like 14 elimination points in the bag. So that's plus another 4. So I believe they scored 18 elims from this round. That is if I'm not mistaken. So they got the chicken dinner, so that's a total of 28 points more or less. This is by far the strongest performance coming from T2K. And just imagine, Taurus, if this is the kind of T2K that we've seen all throughout the days of the grand finals, they could have been at the top.
They could have been, that's the thing, but we're not seeing
18.
that kind of aggressions. 18 eliminations in total, 28 points, Andy.
Oh my god.
28. That's a very big jump. Not a small one, not a medium one, but a very big one. Whereas every single match is being counted for the teams. Every single point is so much important for the team. Getting a 28. Oh my god, that's a very big boy jumper right there. But ladies and gentlemen, the top 3 matches are done, meaning it's time for the Rondo, and you can see so far it is the match 3 highlights on your screen.
Oh my goodness, what a turnaround. What a turn of events, to be honest, for T2K. And I just really feel bad because I know T2K and the kind of performance they can actually bring into the table. And this is just like a sample of what can they do in the battlefield. And again, I was just like really hoping to see this version of T2K in the PMNC finals. Currently, they are at the 11th spot, but with this massive performance, I feel like they already belong in the top 8. So that's the upper half section of the ranking. So I do wonder if they can continue playing at this high pace. It can be exhausting, I do understand, so there's a need for them to really endure a lot of challenges inside the battlefield. But if they can pull off something like this in the remaining matches, oh man, they can even be part of the top 5.
I mean, at this point, I'm so amazed by the Sandhawk match that I have literally no words to say. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Ajaya, the MVP, out of the 18 eliminations, 9 go straight to the single guy. Oh my goodness, at this point, 19.44 of the headshot ratio. Then we have 75% of the body shot, 5.56 on the body, in fact on the legs, 9 elimination, 907 damage, 21 minutes of survival time with 3 assists, and exactly 50 on the dot, that contribution.
Oh my goodness, this is again, an outstanding gameplay coming from this side of T2K. They did not only get the chicken dinner, they also got the MVP title. Okay, so just to share the spotlight to other players, of course, we got Himson of HAINA setting up the longest distance elimination, a total of 322 meters. But when it comes to the throwables used, it's only a double-digit score here. It's a total of 19-9. And with everything that happened, to be honest, we are only looking at total revives. 13 total revives from the game, which is unbelievable.
I mean, no matter how you look at it, it is actually unbelievable of the teams to secure that 28, almost close to 30 points in a single match. Then we have MTD Twisted, 11 points, 17 points of a difference, ladies and gentlemen, and that's a very, not a small one, but a very big difference. No matter wherever you're gonna look at it, it's bound to make a huge difference into the overall points structure. But then we have the second page, whereas we're only seeing a 3, 2, 1, and 0 points into the proximity. So from 28 points all the way down as we move to the second page, that's just 3 points, 25%, almost an average of 13, maybe even, let's just say 8 points of a difference.
Yeah, and this is also kind of a big setback, for the side of NEPX Esports, to be honest. I mean, we've seen them really perform, from game number 1 to game number 2, and again, they were quite consistent, but we also talked about the fact that their consistency is kind of an on and off situation for this team, and just like that, DRS was able to reclaim the top spot from NEPX Esports, and now let's welcome KOM at the second place. But still, what a round that happened in Sandhawk. T2K was the star of the show. T2K truly stepped up by snagging that WWCD with a whopping 28 points. I mean, talk about turning the heat up in the chaotic quarters. And again, DRS really got off to a lackluster start, barely scraping by with just 4 points, and NEPX, of course, couldn't get their rhythm going at all, finishing with only 0. So again, a massive shout out goes to Ajaya from T2K, who absolutely owned the round with 9 elimination points, earning the MVP title here, Torrance.
I love the fact, that how this overall ranking is kind of being showed, with the top 5 having the closest chance of securing those top 2 positions of the PMSL, ladies and gentlemen. Those top 2 positions, that top 2 overall ranking position will be given the slot for the PMSL. But going to the top performers of the day number 3 so far, post-match number 3, it is Zordy, Killer YT, Keo, Caesar. Okay, 2 players. The number 1 and number 2, they're exactly the same, but the number 3 and the number 4, they have been changed. They have been changed to a different name. But from this point onward, third match is concluded. We are almost down to the last 2 matches, and in the middle of that, the next match where it will be the Rondo 1. I am so excited to see it because Andy, you said it's your first time gonna be into the Rondo map as well. So with all the new tactics and everything, we saw even on the break segments of what the Rondo can do. You can make your own covers, so you can make sure that you dig a hole into the last circles where you can survive and get some decent cover for yourself. Make your own cover. PUBG has introduced make your own cover into this exact map.
Exactly, and I just know that stepping into Rondo map will be just as explosive, compared to Sandhawk, Miramar, and Erangel. That is for sure, no doubt. But anyway, more of the action, more of the talk once again here, ladies and gents. Don't forget to share the live broadcast so everyone, invite your friends that, PMNC Finals is about to wrap up. So better not miss the action. But speaking of missing the action, don't go away because we'll be right back after a short break.
You'll get total draw crates. Different quality total draw crates require drawing different amounts. Reach a certain number of draws to get the corresponding total draw crate. The higher the crate's quality, the more valuable its rewards. Get tons of material rewards with a single 10 draw. Most importantly, when opening crates, Priority is given to items you don't already own, so you don't need to worry about getting something you've already drawn. Just have fun drawing rewards. It's super easy to get your desired items. Doesn't that sound amazing? What are you waiting for? Event period, April 18th, 2025 through May 15th, 2025. Join the Selection Lucky Spin event now.
Rondo is here. Are you overwhelmed by all it has to offer? In this video, we'll be going over one of its unique features. Rondo is much larger compared to other maps, and it has features that other maps don't have. For example, in Erangel, throwing a frag grenade won't destroy the terrain, yet in Rondo, doing the same thing blasts a hole in the ground. Other than frag grenades, you can also destroy terrain with pickaxes and vehicle explosions. They each shape the terrain at different speeds. Frag grenades are the quickest. Just toss it and let it explode. Vehicle explosions are next, which also leave behind wreckage that provides cover. Pickaxes are slowest. It takes a lot of swings to dig a pit. All three methods let you create a temporary shelter to hide in, which gives you a greater chance at survival. When you're in trouble, you can rest at the cover you created. Note that in Rondo, only the ground can be terraformed. Buildings, water, and cement are indestructible. During combat, you can create a hiding space for yourself and wait for enemies to come close to catch them unawares. If you're in an open area with minimal cover, try using a smoke grenade first to obstruct your enemy's vision. Then create a temporary shelter in the ground with a frag grenade before attacking. With a vehicle, you can exit it and attack it from a distance. After it explodes, use the terraformed ground and remaining wreckage to go after your enemies or rest. Head to Rondo now to experiment with this new feature.
के भइरहेछ यहाँ सेटु बेब अब यस्तै हो सधैँभरि बेबे भनेर हुँदैन हैन अब काम पनि त गर्नु पर्यो हामीले ल ल टेक केयर बेब लभ यु ल मा खोइ केटाहरू कहाँ गएछ ओइ को छ रे को छ हौ भूत छ कि क्या हो हाँ भोरा दाई टु स्लो क्या छ के भइरहेछ यहाँ भोरा दाई कहाँ थिस् त खोइ सम्झना यो किन यस्तो फास्ट चलिरहेछ
भोरा दाइ हामी फास्ट छैन तपाईँ एकदम स्लो चलिरहेको हामी एकदम स्लो बोलिरहेको छौँ तपाईँको लागि
हावा कुरा नगर्न
भोरा दाइले बिहेदेखि पब्जी खेलेको छैन जस्तो छ यो त के भइसक्यो पब्जी मोबाइलको नेपालमा छुट्टै सर्भर आइसक्यो र पिङ पनि 30% फास्ट छ हामी सबै सुपर फास्ट भइसकेको छौँ तपाईँले एकचोटि पब्जी खोलेर हेर्नु त
लास्टै फास्ट रहेछ यार
दाइ ढिलो आयो तर कडा आयो
Alright everyone, welcome to the Rondo map. Of course, part of the PMNC Grand Finals Day 3. My name is Red Queen together with Torix. And of course we are looking forward to what kind of explosive gameplays we're about to see down here in Rondo. Now, this is, of course, the newest twist in the PMNC finals. So if you thought you knew every inch of battle from Erangel, Miramar, and Sandhog, well, think again, because Rondo is here to turn up the heat with its wild, unpredictable mix of close quarter brawls and strategic long range engagements. And this map's design is a whole new beast. And this is kind of my first time to cast a tournament with a Rondo map included. So I'm trying to imagine a densely packed urban corridors, maybe layered terrain with rooftops and hidden alleyways, and maybe some open zones that keep you constantly on your toes. What do you think, Torix?
Fun fact for the Rondo, if my memory serves me right, Rondo is the only map with 2 plane lines. Not 1, but 2 plane lines. Mean 2 different directions. Player, one half is gonna go on one direction assigned to them, the other half is gonna go to a different direction. But we will have to see if the dual plane line is gonna be enabled in this match or not. So one thing is for sure, that maybe that dual plane line may not be active and everyone is going to have an equilibrium chance for themselves into the game so far. So judging from the fact, Rondo, given an overview, it's an 8x8 match, but bigger and more deadlier than the Miramar. You need to find the cars. You have the EMP blocking zones in this one, where if you have an electric car in this, it kind of gets jammed. You can't use that electric car. The holographics, the red dots, they lose their sight, they lose their dots, and those markers that you use to indicate where you're shooting. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen, the top 15 teams after the post match number 3. And Hora Esports in the invited section. Rondo it is, ladies and gentlemen, as the match number 4 on your screen. You can see so far the plane line going, and just how big of a map this is. Okay, just a single map, but just a single plane line.
Oh, yeah. Well, how do we exactly do this, Torix? Well, yeah, Horror Esports will now come into play here, which makes it all the more interesting for the top 15 teams, and of course for the audience as well. All the Purple Hearts must be cheering and happy about this situation. And now, yeah, judging by what you said earlier, Rondo, I think, is all about mixing things up. You've definitely got those tight urban spots where you kind of need to be hyper aware. I mean, like every corner could have someone crouched ready to light you up. I'm just basing everything on what I see on the screen here, and probably just thinking of like the combination of Erangel, Miramar, and Sandhog. And I feel like teams that really excel at close quarter combat are going to have a field day here. I mean, we are already looking at DRS versus Mystic here. Bhutan, of course, DRS Delta already down on the ground. Mamba from Royal GURKHAS as well. So it's a fight right off the bat here.
It's a fight right off the bat, ladies and gentlemen. It's not just one team, not 2 teams, but I see 3 to 4 teams into the proximity. Right with this, we are in the fight. We are in a fight within the 1, 2, 3 minutes marker of the game, 2 minutes marker. And remember this, ladies and gentlemen, it's a full different point structure in this. It's a full clean slate again for the team. You can see them. 6 elimination for the DRS, 6 points, 2 for Hora in this match so far. But also Hora has a 1 player knockdown. There's so many eliminations already. Mystic, MTD, Twisted 4. They have lost 3 of their players. JUTTI squad has lost 2 of their players as well. And MTD, Twisted, and kind of into the vicinity where they have got the 1 elimination. SHREEPECH is the first one to get eliminated, fully eliminated. Hora Esports going forward, getting those eliminations on the 4 death machines, getting all those connectivities done. So far it is 3 eliminations now for the front side. Aditya, the final guy, he also has been eliminated. And mind I tell you, this new gun into the Rondo map, I'm not exactly sure what the name of this gun is. In fact, it's kind of in the back of my head, but I will let you know for sure. This is a SMG with 9 bullets, and this gun plays so good on the stable, even on a 6 times.
Oh
and it
my
shoots
gosh.
so far.
teams are not really wasting any time here. I mean, the kill feed is not stopping at all. Definitely lining up. Stage 1, and we already lost 3 teams here. SHREEPECH, we've got Royal Dragons and 4 Death Machines. And we still got, a couple of points coming from T2K. Total Love down on the ground, and I'm not even sure if the confirmation had already gone through, but AEROMACY as well might be able to lose a Venom from that exchange. JUTTI, Axie down on the ground, Woke as well, and that is a confirmation coming from NEXUS, a Wimpy scoring that shot. T2K is still alive and kicking with a complete squad here, so that is always a big advantage. HAINA Esports continues their massive spray up against a DRS on top of that mountain right there, which is of course a little ambitious to knock down any of the players come from DRS's side, but Himson, I'm not exactly sure if he is already out of reach or out of the game. I mean, so far I'm just looking at 3 members here from the side of HAINA, and now KOM managed to put up 2 elimination points for themselves. Ajaya on the screen had already been down. We got Igneous still alive for T2K, but this is going to be a dance off between Loco and of course Igneous. Here comes the attack with an S12 fade.
Oh
Boom, boom,
my
boom.
God.
2 of the players out of the game just like that. 9 teams remaining, and we are only at stage 1. This is crazy.
That's what we're talking about already. Already within the 5 minutes of the game, we only have 9 teams, ladies and gentlemen, and this is the EMP wave coming around. If you open your scope, you're not gonna have any red dots, any holographics graph, or anything off those scope side. You're only gonna have a zoom in with that, but. Talking about the LOD Nexus so far, 3 elimination, 2-man standing. RG down to the last guy. RC32, RLX with the 4-man but 0 points. I have to give it to DRS. NEPX is coming really strong in this game as well. Hora 2, HAINA as well. Everyone is doing so great on the top sides. They just need this winner chicken dinner with some decent number of points. But HAINA Esports close to DRS. 1897 it is, ladies and gentlemen.
Man.
Versus the S12K. The players on the reload. M416 on the front line. The shots are going to get connected. Giante is going to be taken down. It will be maybe a confirmation right there and then. M249 on the long range side. Oh no, Delta is gonna get taken down. It will be a confirmation, and my main question is how these guys are so good with that M249, because M249 is a really hard gun to practice and master with the 4 times or even any kind of scope. But there we go, another team, another player. NEPX is getting those eliminations, but instantly KOM is gonna mark their territory. Sorry for that. Is gonna eliminate a NEPX right out of the premises.
All right, here we go. Pekka, just moments ago, was able to deliver a tackle, a 1-2 punch up against Giante, and now he's dancing it off. Up, of course, Killer YT of DRS, but he was no match for Killer YT of the Real Soldiers, and now Pika just got eliminated out of the game. HAINA, we only have Slayer for the team, but he already got 3 points for himself, a total of 7 for the team here, and it's just so amazing because we are just at stage 1. We haven't moved from this stage, and we already lost almost half of the lobby here. Okay, surprisingly, Horror is still alive, back 5 elimination points. DRS is currently at the top here with 10 monstrous gameplay coming from the Real Soldiers because there's a need for them to perform for this round to maintain the top lead. Horror Esports continues to retaliate up against RC32, again with a full squad, also always a disadvantage. Sleepy obviously going for a pincher up against ARC777, and now he's currently down on the ground. Sleepy going in for another one, and this is such a battle royale that we expect from all of the teams here.
Oh my god, the connectivity right going there. RC32 on the front line, 0 on the HP side. The player's gonna get taken down. Oh, wait a second. What? Hora? Calm down. Sir, calm down. I know you're excited, but that doesn't mean you have to drive the car off the cliff. 8 elimination to the name of Hora Esports, ladies and gentlemen. 11 eliminations for the DRS. But judging from the manpower of the DRS, I don't think they're going to be able to maintain that top position for a long bit of time. GS9 into the hands of a Nexus Beast. This gun is definitely a beast. But shotgun, S12Ks are going to mark its territory. There we go. We're still 1 minute ahead. There's still 1 minute left for the circle to close down, and already we are in the top 5, ladies and gentlemen. 7 minutes into the game. Hora Esports 4-man, DRS solo, RC32 solo, KOM and RLX with the 4-man as well. But KOM and RLX, I don't think that I've seen them getting those crucial elimination points. So they're still going to be on the bottom line, maybe somewhere into the proximity of maybe 10, 11, and 12 positions. But RC32, DRS, I have to give it to these guys. They did a really great fight wherever they actually fought. But Hura has succeeded in getting not only those eliminations, Andy, but those crucial player survival as well.
Oh man, are you kidding me? That was such a, I don't know, massive back and forth trade that we just witnessed. I mean, let me catch my breath here. But okay, so as you can see on the screen, the circle had gone to the east side, and Sleepy and the rest of Hora Esports pretty close with the boys of RLX. So there might be an altercation that can happen in just a short while, just because of the proximity they have with each other. Now, DRS down to their last player. Again, if you saw the kill feed just moments ago, they were able to put up a double digit now for the Alims, which is kind of good. So even if they don't get the chicken dinner for this round, I think they are safe, you know, for the PMNC top spot. Hora, again, it's not as easy to get the whole squad to play at. Maybe perhaps we're looking at the final stage to happen for Rondo, but I mean, Sky bagged 6 elimination points for himself, which is kind of monstrous, I can say. He completely obliterated anyone that actually came across his line of sight. And now Hora, of course, about to go up against KOM, just like what we anticipated. And now Sleepy went in for the open fire, and now he was able to shut down one. A confirmation will go through, and of course he is eyeing to shut down another player here from KOM, which is jumping back into Haidami of Hora Esports, a newly acquired player from the side of Hora, but he got shut down from that exchange. But you know what? I feel like Hora Esports might be winning this just because a lot of boys from KOM already have been taken down by Hora.
Oh my god, the guy has a self-revival AED! Oh my god, they're playing with KOM and they're feeling at this point. And no, Hang has been hung on the shoulders of one of the players of the Hora Esports. He's the guy with that. Oh my god, sorry for that. Self-AED. He's getting mocked at this point. You try to use, you're gonna be eliminated. The guy went eliminated, and with an instant, every single guy of the KOM got finished off as well. That's more eliminations for Hora Esports, ladies and gentlemen. But now, we're down to the top 3. And judging from the fact that Circle is super big, imagine, Andy, from this point onward, we go into the... Oh my god, I'm just getting coffee just by thinking about this. I'm not sure if that's coughing off the coffee, but the coffee. But yeah, 30 minutes. Imagine from this point on where we actually go into the stage number 8.
Wow. I'm trying to hydrate as well with all of the trades that just happened, you know. My throat kind of felt dry. But anyway, top 3 teams remaining. DRS back to just one player. Hora Esports might be the one bagging the chicken dinner for this round, to be honest. I mean, they're quite aggressive. But with that nade, eliminating 2 of their members, that puts them at a deficit here. But I guess it's still a fair play because Hora playing with 2, DRS with 1, and RLX with 3. Now the number advantage goes to RLX. And another one bites the dust because, well, another one caught a nade to the face here, which now leaves Haidami on the floor to deal with a business. But, what?
Oh, the
okay. Oh, that did not work this time.
You can't do that, but in the very end, it will be the DRS that may potentially get that one over the chicken dinner. So far, it is 11 elimination, and Hora getting eliminated at that particular point in time on the hashtag number 3, they're only going to be able to secure 5 positioning points. It all depends upon their eliminations. If they're going to have more eliminations to cover up for the positioning against the team DRS or the team RLX. If DRS gets eliminated here, then in an instant, that means that, yeah, Hora Esports will be that team that will stay on the hashtag number 1. It all depends upon the single minuscule factor. But maybe it's the chicken dinner that's gonna have the prize pool for themselves, not the overall ranking. So one thing we will find out is after the winner of the chicken dinner is definitely been taken, but 3 players are back alive on the team RLX and DRS leaving the premises. But where are you gonna go, man? Where are you gonna go? It's just you against them, against these 3 players. And this is the This is the dugout that we are talking about. You throw the grenade, there's always a dugout, ladies and gentlemen. And this is exactly what you see onto the break segments as well. You can make those dugouts. You can make those covers for yourself. Sana from RLX now gonna get more and more loot. A level 3 helmet, level 2 vest. Sana smoking all the premises out because they know the DRS's last guy is definitely here into this particular location. He's not gonna go anywhere as we're the only team alive. It's a 1 versus 3 and they will definitely be elimination hungry, kill hungry, trying to look out for the factors that, okay, where are the player? Where is the player? We need that.
If Killer YT wins this round, oh my goodness, it'll be quite insane, to be honest. But a 1v3 situation, Killer YT needs to live up to his name here as, you know, like Killer YT of the Real Soldiers. And now location had already been compromised. Killer YT is already prepping up to go up against RLX. Of course, 2 teams remaining here. He was able to get 1. Now he does it enough. Oh, he might be able to pull off a clutch. But okay, oh my god, that was such a close one for Killer YT. I mean, he was able to put down 2 players from the side of RLX. It's just a good thing that the last member of RLX was a little bit quick on the trigger there and was able to follow through. So they were able to bag the chicken dinner. But can you imagine if Killer YT was able to pull off a clutch there, Torix? That again will be insane.
God. That almost took everyone by surprise. I was gonna say, yeah, the Killer YT may have a chance if the team actually go 1-by-1 on him, and this is what would have done. This is what would have happened if they had done this 1v1 versus 5. But Sana 1 elimination, 4 for Thabs, 0 for Destro, and 1 for Dilla. A total of 6 eliminations, 16 points. Going into the highlights, this is definitely going to be a kill-hungry highlights, let me tell you. The first fight, then we have Hora Esports going into the proximity, taking those fights as well against all these team members, all these players. And I just want to see at the very end how much eliminations Hora manages to bag for themselves before getting eliminated. LOD, NEP, those fights that were happening. Pika from HAINA Esports, he was the crucial player that got the player of, in fact, DRS down. HAINA was the one that tripled DRS at one point. And if they hadn't done that, this would have been the winner of the chicken dinner for the DRS.
Oh my goodness. So, I mean, talk about high risk, high reward strategy. I mean, that is exactly what happened in this round. I mean, if you're rotating through those areas, I mean, to be honest, there were less rotations or like no rotations that happened from this round. I mean, everyone kind of dropped into the same area, I feel, because stage 1 and we already lost half of the lobby here for it. So, it was a pretty fast game. It was even faster than Sandhawk, and we consider Sandhawk to be like the fast-paced game in a competitive scene, right? But Rondo was just like, I don't know what happened. It was like a nuclear explosion, and everybody was out of the game.
Livic 2.0, let me tell you that. 15 minutes in, ladies and gentlemen, and we have ESPORTS, 13 elimination, 5 placement, total of 18 points to their name. DRS just 1 more. If they could have secured those eliminations of that knock, they would have been on the hashtag #1. Oh my god, talk about unlucky. Then we have RLX with 16, 10 placement points with the chicken dinner, and 6 elimination points. Oh my god, the competition was so close. Then KOM with 13, 8 for HAINA, 6 for NEPX, 5 for the LOD NEXUS, 3 for RC32.
Oh man, again, you know, I was trying to catch my breath there for a while. Oh my goodness. But again, for my first time casting Rondo, I feel like I should have like a bigger bag of air here, you know, for my lungs, because again, with all of the trade-offs that happened simultaneously,
Andy?
It was insane.
And the petition to make every match Rondo.
Oh, that could work for us.
I need this
That
aggression.
could work for us.
I need this aggression. I need this aggression, man.
Oh man. Oh god. Oh man. Okay, here we go. And as for the other teams, as on the second page, SHREEPECH with 2, Royal GURKHAS from Royal GURKHAS to JUTTI squad, they've only managed to put up 1 elimination point. But that was such a breath of fresh air, to be honest. You know, we weren't really expecting for like the team to get eliminated as fast as that one from Rondo. But yeah, I mean, it was... It kept my blood boiling, you know. At some point, I thought I was going to jump up, you know, and just stand up while I do with my commentary for Rondo.
I mean, that is true. The way everything that was going on, no one was expecting that. Let me tell you, no one expected any of this fight to like actually occur like this. That within the 15 minutes marker, we're gonna have not only the show match end, but end with a great style, with so much less points on the like differentiation side between the teams. And it was 18, it was 17, it was 16. My head was spinning at one time as well as I was coughing in the middle. And oh my god, the fights were not stopping. It was a non-stop action for the 10-minute marker at the very least.
I didn't even know what to say anymore, you know, just because of how many fights were happening at the same time. I couldn't even keep track of all the players that already that's been getting taken down, you know, from for all the exchange that happened. But oh my goodness, I think we deserve a break after Rondo map.
Yes.
But I'm pretty sure that you guys do too, because again, we didn't even know that it was done. But hey, more of the action, of course, brought to you by the PMNC Grand Finals right at the moment that we get right back. So don't go away.
Let it.
Great news! The Selection Lucky Spin has been completely reworked. Pick your own rewards. Enjoy massive discounts. Select total draw rewards. Increase your chances of drawing your desired items. Come take a look. Tap here and choose Selection Lucky Spin to go to the event page. This Lucky Spin event introduces a completely new draw experience. Choose items according to your preferences. To form your own prize pool. After making your selection, you get a discounted 10 draw that's only valid during the event. The draw costs only 300 UC. Furthermore, first daily single draws during the event cost only 10 UC. It's a super sweet deal. As you continue drawing, you'll get total draw crates. Different quality total draw crates require drawing different amounts. Reach a certain number of draws to get the corresponding total draw crate. The higher the crate's quality, the more valuable its rewards. Get tons of material rewards with a single 10 draw. Most importantly, when opening crates, priority is given to items you don't already own, so you don't need to worry about getting something you've already drawn. Just have fun drawing rewards. It's super easy to get your desired items. Doesn't that sound amazing? What are you waiting for? Event period, April 18th, 2025 through May 15th, 2025. Join the Selection Lucky Spin event now.
Rondo is here. Are you overwhelmed by all it has to offer? In this video, we'll be going over one of its unique features. Rondo is much larger compared to other maps, and it has features that other maps don't have. For example, in Erangel, throwing a frag grenade won't destroy the terrain, yet in Rondo, doing the same thing blasts a hole in the ground. Other than frag grenades, you can also destroy terrain with pickaxes and vehicle explosions. They each shape the terrain at different speeds. Frag grenades are the quickest. Just toss it and let it explode. Vehicle explosions are next, which also leave behind wreckage that provides cover. Pickaxes are slowest. It takes a lot of swings to dig a pit. All three methods let you create a temporary shelter to hide in, which gives you a greater chance at survival. When you're in trouble, you can rest at the cover you created. Note that in Rondo, only the ground can be terraformed. Buildings, water, and cement are indestructible. During combat, you can create a hiding space for yourself and wait for enemies to come close to catch them unawares. If you're in an open area with minimal cover, try using a smoke grenade first to obstruct your enemy's vision. Then create a temporary shelter in the ground with a frag grenade before attacking. With a vehicle, you can exit it and attack it from a distance. After it explodes, use the terraformed ground and remaining wreckage to go after your enemies or rest. Head to Rondo now to experiment with this new feature.
के भइरहेछ यहाँ सेटु बेब अब यस्तै हो सधैँभरि बेबे भनेर हुँदैन होइन अब काम पनि त गर्नु पर्यो हामीले ल ल टेक केयर बेब लभ यु ल मा खोइ केटाहरू कहाँ गएछ को छ हौ भूत छ कि क्या हो भोरा दाई टु स्लो यहाँ छ के भइरहेछ यहाँ भोरा दाई कहाँ थिस् त खोइ सबजना यो किन यस्तो फास्ट चलिरहेछ
भोरा दाई हामी फास्ट छैन तपाईँ एकदम स्लो चलिरहेको हामी एकदम स्लो बोलिरहेको छौँ तपाईँको लागि
हक्र नगर्न
All right, folks, we just wrapped up our first ever match on Rondo, and wow, this map did not disappoint. It was fast, chaotic, and absolutely brutal from the start. Stage 1 alone was enough to send half the teams packing, and the intensity only ramped up from there. But again, before we dive into everything that happened in Rondo, my name is Red Queen, together with Torix, and I would love to welcome you back into the PMNC Grand Finals. Again, this is the final day to make everything happen for your favorite teams.
Oh my god, this is exactly the final day to make everything happen from right now onward. And the way this Rondo ended, oh my god, that actually went out with a bang. I'm happy. I'm finally happy to see this kind of an aggression from the teams, at least once. Because at this point, it was so good. It was so good. I just loved it. Now, back to the action, ladies and gentlemen. We are gonna go back into our main section of the games, the Erangel and the Miramar that's left for the 2 slots of PMSL.
Yeah, we are heading back to the OG battlefield. That is, of course, the Erangel for our next match. And after all the madness that we've seen today, Torix, it's time for teams to, of course, recalibrate and bring their A game to this classic map that has tested them time and time and again in the PMNC history. Now, if we are going to talk about the highlights that happened, all throughout the tournament, DRS may have been dethroned earlier by NEPX in like dramatic fashion, but their double-digit eliminations on Rondo showed that they're still here to fight for that coveted PMSL slot. And Hora made a big statement, with their performance. We also got RLX and KOM that have been, keeping things spicy as well with consistent placements that prove that they've got the adaptability to thrive in unpredictable conditions. So Erangel, though, it is where experience really pays off. This map has seen everything from calculated hot drops in Pachinki and Jargopol to risky rotations through the wide open fields. It is the ultimate test of patience and, of course, strategy. So teams will have to master the art of balancing aggression with survival if they want to make their mark here. So let's not forget the clutch moments as well from Erangel in days 1 and 2. Royal Dragon, their double-digit elimination, DRS setting the pace, and Tribe AEROMACY steady rise. They've all shown that, the stakes are highest on this classic terrain. But just to keep things interesting, we're down to the final 2 matches here for the final day of the PMNC. So are you guys ready?
Are you ready, ladies and gentlemen, as the match number 4, in fact 5 in total, commences? And this time around, it is none other than the one and only Erangel for all of you guys. So, with this, now, in a particular position, we can definitely see the plane line kind of favoring to the eastern side, and yeah, we might see some early casualties, early fights happening into the area, so we do have to know what's going to happen.
I mean, I just expect more drama, fierce fights, and a whole lot of brilliance, from teams hungry to secure their spot. Question that I have in mind is like if the teams can, of course, hold their ground. Will the underdogs rise and turn the leaderboard upside down? I mean, T2K in the previous match was able to score a double-digit elimination points, the highest so far that we've seen. It's a total of 28. So perhaps if they can carry over the same energy, the same brilliance from the previous round here in Erangel, oh man, that could be explosive. I mean, I'm talking about nuclear explosion from the side of T2K. Okay, so we can see that the flight path is favoring the eastern side once again, ladies and gents, but you know how it is when it comes to Erangel, it will be the opposite when it comes to the initial circles. So it went to the west side of the map. So if you've already witnessed the Erangels that happened all throughout the PMNC, it is always HAINA esports dropping into military base, but this time they are going to be joined by the boys of Royal GURKHAS. And the Royal Dragons, well, it's the same thing. The turf, their turf is at Novo Repnoy. DRS is over to the south side of the main peninsula. They are close to another team there, so perhaps they will have to go through an altercation with that team. So we'll just have to wait and see, and maybe wait a few more minutes before the teams even decide to engage with one another. And speaking of engagements, it was an early fight for Rifa of TM7 because he is now showing off that one elimination point under his belt.
True. That is true. That is absolutely true. But once again, from this point onward, ladies and gentlemen, we are not going to see our overall points. From this point onward, we are only going to see the match points to make things more interesting for you guys and to make things more spicy. But at this point, how these teams are going to play, how these teams are going to move forward next to this, it's the main question. And how much are they going to be able to cement themselves into the overall ranking point? Nobody knows. We in fact don't know about this as well at this point, so it's just a surprise for all of us and for you guys as well, because at this point the situation is definitely going to be such a hard one for all of these teams, and we don't know. They don't know what's gonna happen at this point because it's Erangel. The first and foremost thing about Erangel is that everyone knows, everyone is familiar with this map. So from any point at any time, I believe so that anything can happen to these teams, whether it's good or whether it's bad. They can have a really great match, or they can have a really bad match from this point onward, because they just came out of Rondo from this point onward.
Yeah, the new Sandhawk, I can say. Anyway, getting back into the action, I mean, T2K manages to put down one player from RLX, so Love now bags 1 point for himself, and now T2K obviously maybe going for a reposition here. They're still down here at Severny area. We can see Love scouting the perimeters, of course, getting some information about RLX and where they are currently staying at, because this could be like a crucial information onto the side of T2K. They were able to build a very good momentum from the previous match, which is of course what they need to kind of boost their confidence a bit, for T2K. Currently they are already at place. Okay, not exactly sure at the moment, but just as we were speaking, OG got shut down. But I don't think RLX will go for the hard push just yet, because they would want to make sure that at least they weaken up the armors and the helmets for the side of T2K before they even decide to go forward here.
I mean, this is the thing that you guys need to do. This is the thing that the teams, in fact, needs to do at this point. If you're talking about all the facts and figurines, it is still T2K alive with the 4-man. Yeah, there is a possibility that the player might get knocked down, but there's also the possibility that actually came into life. That OG is finally going to be revived from this point onward. Back to the 75% HP. He is ready to take more action into his own hands from this point onward. But T2K close to the proximity of RLX. One player, Sana, is already on the top of the house. On the, in fact, the second floor. The grenade is going to go, but oh, not the connection. The connection did not made its trajectory, but Ajaya, oh my god, barely survived. Gonna go back into the safe side. He's gonna heal himself, and from this point onward, you can see that how the dispersion is going on for the T2K side and the team RLX. One player is kind of far away. The rest of the two of the team RLX, they're kind of like close to the proximity where they can potentially rush up and close up onto this fight. So it's all up to, like, I'd say the first initial knockout, the rush that actually happened on RLX Sana.
Well, OG was able to serve his vengeance up against RLX because he was able to get a point for himself as well. Now, T2K obviously have the upper hand advantage up against RLX now because RLX already lost 2 members. So this is now a 4v2 situation. But I feel like there's another team who would want to be up for the challenge here. There is a team just lurking, monitoring the situation, and those are the boys coming from Tribe AEROMACY. So T2K maybe going for another reposition here, but one thing is for sure, they are going in for a pinch. They would want to secure this points from RLX, but I do wonder though if T2K has gotten a whiff of the fact that there is a team just waiting to score for a kill.
Oh my god, oh my god. I now that we have came out of Rondo, I kind of want the teams to like not change their play style again. I kind of want them to like go for that aggressive stance again. With all those aggressive shots that they were taking, the clash drops that was happening. And I would mainly blame that to the teams not familiar with the terrain and the drop locations of their peers and their opponents at this point. But yes, the way that everything happened into the Rondo, it's all in the past, ladies and gentlemen. We have to focus back into the game. I have to focus back into the game. As we are talking about the T2K with the 2 eliminations, they are kind of trying to like find out where the players are, but they're taking too much time at this point. They need to move inside that circle as soon as possible because you need to have that position of the circle for yourself, and you need to like have a really decent, I'd say, a safe side angle whatsoever, if it's a angle, if in my opinion.
Well, hopefully you guys kept tabs on your favorite teams because, again, we are no longer showing the overall ranking. As you can see on the screen here, everyone is back to square one. It's all zeros in there. So you already know the point system by heart. So hopefully you guys just do the math here. And I don't know, we'll probably keep you guys guessing as to which team is currently at the top spot. But from the previous matches, of course, obviously it was DRS at the top. We also got KOM, and we have a NEPX ESPORTS as well in the top 3. So let's see what kind of play is about to set out for the second to the last match for the PMNC finals. And now the teams are getting ready to step inside the safe zone, of course, prepping themselves up for a fight. This is going to be like really a hard one, considering the fact that everyone is not rushing to any harsh decisions here, not being reckless at this point in the competition, just because they would want to secure a great win here for the PMNC finals.
I mean, yeah, that is the case. They want to secure that top 2 positions. Sorry for that, ladies and gentlemen, once again. But yeah, they have to secure their top 2 positions for the PMSL slot. And that's exactly why they're doing their very best to not only just survive, to like have as less casualties, as low casualties as possible. RLX in this game, they lost 2 of their players. GURKHAS kind of close to proximity, and they kind of went straight to the face of the fight. Tribe AEROMACY, they're going to get those eliminations, and right with this, ARC is going to be no longer into the game. That's 1 player down off the team, and AST is the one responsible for that first initial elimination to their name.
At least T2K at the moment, you know, for this round is sitting at the top spot with 2 elimination points. And again, we're looking for consistency from the side of T2K. In the previous round, they were able to do good. They were able to perform well, extremely well, might I add. And again, we're just looking for these boys to carry over the same energy and the same monstrous gameplay that we've seen earlier in the games. Now, looking at the situation, HAINA holding on to a compound there. They know that there's a team that would want to snatch this compound away from their hands, but of course, they are prepared. Let's see how good and effective their defense will be if the opposition, of course, decides to step in. And speaking of opposition, those are the boys coming from SHREEPECH. And if you're going to be comparing these two teams, I think, HAINA is the one that might have more to lose compared to SHREEPECH.
I mean, that is true. That is absolutely true on the thing. But still, we still have 2 more matches. And I'm saying it to all of these teams. They have 2 matches in total. This one and the next one. Because not a single player, not a single full team has been eliminated so far. So there is still the chance of doing something really good. But those bottom line teams, they can't do anything at this point. They can just hope to secure as much placements as they can from this point onward into the overall ranking, so they can increase their chances of that prize pool distribution having a higher number on it. So MTD Twisted being one of the team that so far has 0 eliminations, but 4 men standing, a good position inside of that circle. State number 3, ladies and gentlemen. And at this point, oh my god, I kind of don't want to talk about the Rondo once again, but it's so bizarre because it's a 4x4 map. Irregular is a 4x4. Rondo is a 8x8. And in that, within 15 minutes, we were completely finished. And now it's almost 12 minutes and not a single team has been eliminated.
Oh man, I don't even want to talk about Rondo as well. But, again, it was out of the world experience, I can say. But anyway, okay, this is a trade-off that we have been waiting for to happen. We got SHREEPECH already now in the move to challenge up the boys of HAINA. It's a back and forth situation as well for TM7. I think they're trying to join into the mixer, trying to get lucky with the shots, but NEXUS from LOD, or Kiddo from LOD, managed to put down a player from a distance, but no confirmation have gone through just yet as to if he had gone back to the lobby. HAINA 2 points under their name, and they are still trying to anticipate the teams that is, eyeing this very compound where they're staying at. And one of those teams are, of course, the boys of LOD NEXUS from Bhutan.
Yes, it is that name, ladies and gentlemen. But so far, talking, the slow paceness of the game, it might change for a short period of time because on the minimap, you can see not 1, not 2, but 3 different teams into the proximity, and the fight can ensue at any time. SP into the close vicinity, that's SHREEPECH ESPORTS, close to the HAINA ESPORTS. HAINA is one of the teams that have done a really great jobs in those, some of the eliminations, some of the fights that they have actually occurred with their name. And judging from this single match, we have to know on the fact, because everything is residing on this single irregular match. Whatever your aggressions are, whatever your passiveness are, whatever you're trying to hold down those top positions for yourself, it's all dependent upon this match. Because the last match after this one, ladies and gentlemen, that will mark the end for the PMNC. And I can tell sorry for that. I'm really sorry for that, but yeah, the last match that will come on after this, it will completely mark on the fact that no one is gonna be on the mind enough to go for the fights, go for that aggression, and just put their hands into the hot lava themselves.
Okay, here we go. Anish, again, already out of the game here, so RC3 down to 3. They're up against LOD NEXUS, which is, of course, not making any movements so far. No hard push just yet. Classy is trying to get as much information as he could so that, the rest of the team here could know exactly what to do in this situation. But again, no hard push happening just yet. I believe they're still out in the outskirts. They haven't gotten inside the circle just yet. From the kill feed, it's 4 Death Machines versus Tribe AEROMACY. Trix has been taken out completely, if I'm not mistaken. NEPX ESPORTS, on the other hand, Rex is already out of the game, and Mukesh just got knocked down, and that was a confirmation. Oh my goodness, that was not even expected, but LOD Nexus got into the fight as well with RLX. So I feel like NEPX Esports just got banged right there by 2 teams.
Oh my god, this is not looking good whatsoever for this one. And look at this. Once again, LOD, they're not stopping their aggression. They're going for those eliminations. Pico Pica from KOM gets eliminated. RLX going to get eliminated. In the meanwhile, there is the KOM back and forth, going with those knockdowns, going with those eliminations. KOM down to the last 2 players that they are. Beast is definitely going to get some shots connected on him, but he's going to be fortunate enough to survive out of this area and leave the premises out as well. But Nexus Beast, trying to get those connectivities done. Can you do it? Can you do it? This is the big question. This is the question right here and now. But yeah, so far no connection whatsoever. The player is alive. They are gonna get that revival done upon on their players. Yeah, 1 player of the KOM, he got finished off, and he was kind of far away, so it kind of proved the point. But T2K, they're gonna get 1 player eliminated out of the proximity as well. RC32 taking the fight against the HAINA as well. HAINA with the 2 eliminations now is finally gonna lose 1 of their peer, 1 of their player. That's knockdown, not a confirmation yet.
Oh my goodness, that was a tough blow for NEPX. I mean, getting eliminated at this stage with no points on the board is a huge setback for a team that's been chasing the top spot. In a tournament, this tied every point matters, and this tumble is definitely going to shake up their momentum. On the other hand, we've got T2K as well, getting a beatdown coming from JUTTI squad. Oh my gosh, every member of T2K is within their line of sight here. They're also close with a Mystic. OG just got taken down, Igneous as well, and Woke is just having a great time here, destroying the boys of T2K. So it's just a Jaya right now alive, but I spoke too soon. Zaya just sealed the deal. Tribe AEROMACY was able to bag a point from T2K, and T2K now out of the game as early as stage 4.
I mean, stage 4 is not that early. But yeah, the alive counter, the players that are still remaining into the game, that is where you can say, yeah, the players are really into the alive factor side. They're definitely alive. All of those factors are still there. And we can definitely see the top 12 at this point, from this point of angle. The situation is kind of getting on to the point where 39 players are remaining with 12 total teams, and the situation will definitely be into the favors of all those that are 4-man alive. Look at that, JUTTI squad getting those players eliminated. LOD is going to receive a lot of damage, a lot of knockouts onto their side, but they're still going to be alive. They're still going to be surviving for right now at this time. Talking about the circle, circle has gone to the centralized position of the previous one, but you can see RC32 closing in on Himson, HAINA ESPORTS side. DRS is also another name that's trying to maintain their top 1 position, and doing so, they'll definitely be bound to go into the fight. But JUTTI squad, they're going to be eliminated by the hand of MTD Twisted 4.
3 points now on the side of DRS. Of course, they need to step on the gas here, turn up the level of heat for the real soldiers. 4 points now in the bag. Real-time update for stage 5. And now we're looking at 11 teams remaining here. DRS is scouting the perimeters, checking to see where their next reposition will be. There's a team, of course, that would love to gatekeep them, and that would be the boys of LOD Nexus. And now HAINA, again, a bag, a lot of elimination points coming from the side of Royal Dragon. And now we're looking at RC32 with 2 casualties right now, pretty surrounded by a lot of teams, I might add. On the edge of the circle, we got at least 3 teams here that might battle it out, HAINA included. RC32, man, they are losing 1 by 1. We're down to the last active member for RC32, which is, of course, Idsama over here. But it can be overwhelming because they are now the boys holding on to the great win, and that was a score done by HAINA.
That was definitely a score done by HAINA Esports to their name. 3 eliminations so far, but the SHREEPECH closing down. The fight is definitely going to ensue. Look at those angles SHREEPECH has against the team. HAINA Esports just all down to the last guy of HAINA. That is Slayer into the proximity. He is definitely going to go for the fight, but he's going to take the player down with the DBS. He's going to take the player down. SHREEPECH coming in with that casualty once again. Oh my god, the trade-offs are coming on. JUTTI waiting for the opportunity. The player's going to push. He's going to take the third one down to the very last guy. It is a 1 versus 1. Zenz, it's all up to you versus the guys from HAINA Esports. A 1v1 is gonna ensue, but Pika coming on, gonna throw that Molotov, but no, you barely missed that Molotov. Not only with that HAINA Esports, they have like just a solo player, whereas SHREEPECH now has revived one of their peer, meaning a duo versus a solo. 2 versus 1 is about to happen. The player is gonna go for the revive, but instantly, as soon as he's gonna hear the nade, he's gonna leave that revival. He's gonna move out of the proximity. The grenade is gonna go over there. It's gonna do a small bit of damage. The jump shot is not gonna affect, and in a single shot. With this, SHREEPECH is going to mark the deal, seal the deal with those grenades. And oh my god, the shots and those grenades are coming on. We are officially down to the top 5.
Xenos with the haymaker up against Pika right there, which is absolutely wonderful. Down to the 5 teams remaining, we got DRS, Tribe AEROMACY, RG, KOM, and of course SPE. These are the final teams that would want to score another chicken dinner. Now, DRS number advantage obviously goes to this team, but Tribe AEROMACY had already built that momentum. Venom now bags most of the kill here out of the 10, 5 for his name. And jumping back into DRS, they are holding on to their 4 elimination points. They do have that good vantage point, but the fact of the matter is, it is outside of the zone. And now that Killer YT and another member coming from DRS open fired up against a team here, then everyone exactly knows from which direction they will be coming from. So the question is if SHREEPECH can actually maintain their defense right at the edge of the circle as they prepare themselves for quite a showdown up against a DRS.
I mean, this is the fight to happen. This is the fight to happen. This is the momentum that you need. This is the second last match, ladies and gentlemen. And judging from all the facts and figurines, the situation has overturned so much. But I'm so glad to see that once again DRS is kind of thriving into the top 5, meaning that somewhere around the proximity, as NEPX is no longer into this game, they will maintain their number 1 spot onto the overall ranking. It would have been kind of sad for me too to see this team losing their top position after like 2 days of struggle, 2 days of staying into the top number 1. But Zenz finally is gonna get that knockdown. SHREEPECH Esports once again, SHREEPECH Esports in fact, they are gonna get 1 player knocked down. The second one is gonna be the last hope for the team, and maybe that Russian from the DRS side may work it out. But the main question is, will DRS lose any player? Because they're kind of scattered, and judging from how the DRS actually pushes up upon the players, they kind of have a tendency to sometimes do it as a solo.
Okay, here's the current situation. We've already anticipated this, that DRS Gaming will then challenge up the boys of SHREEPECH. But in the meantime, let's take a look at what Tribe AEROMACY is going to do with this situation. They're having an exchange of nades up against the Royal GURKHAS. Rig was able to take a hit. He is now down to just 40% of health. Now, we do understand why he needed to step away for a bit, because he needed to kind of recuperate from that situation. Royal GURKHAS need to do a reset as well. They need to do a regroup. So both of the teams are now kind of just stepping back away for now. And that was such a crucial nade exchange coming from SHREEPECH and DRS. DRS, we got a couple of players down on the ground, but this is of course not stop them for engaging in a fight up against SHREEPECH. But Xenos is the only active member for the side of SPE. Can he manage to take down 2 players from DRS?
That's the question, and there we go. The answer is right on your screen as DRS takes the final nail to coffin on SHREEPECH. SHREEPECH gets eliminated. We're down to the top 4, ladies and gentlemen, and with this top 4, On our screen, we can see the 12 players that are remaining. Tribe AEROMACY close to the proximity of another player, another team. I think that was the Royal GURKHAS into the close proximity that can potentially take into the fight. Zeo gets the knockdown. Another grenade will definitely go inside of that shack, and it will mark the elimination of the player. But oh my god, he survived! He survived, ladies and gentlemen. The player is still alive. Mamba is alive for how long? Another grenade misses up. Oh my god. Third time's the charm. Third time's the charm, ladies and gentlemen. It went in. It bangs the player out of life, and it's over. Team RG out of the game on the hashtag number 4, leaving us with the top 3 of KOM, AST, and DRS with the full squad.
Oh my goodness, this is gonna be explosive. I mean, top performing teams for the PMNC, DRS, Tribe AEROMACY, and KOM. Now, this is going to be crucial for the side of DRS just because, of course, they are chasing the top spot, for the PMNC. So they need to really make it happen here. They need a solid performance for this round. And so far, they're doing great, but we cannot deny the prowess coming from the side of Tribe AEROMACY. We're looking at 13 elimination points. That is such a solid performance coming from Tribe. And now let's see if they can pull up a chicken dinner. It would be hard. It's not going to be easy just because of the fact that DRS is still alive, and even KOM. And just look at what KOM is doing at the moment. They're not making their presence felt for now, so you do have that element of surprise. I feel like they're going to let DRS and Tribe AEROMACY go head-to-head first before they even get into the mix.
I mean, yeah, that is a possibility. There's a possibility of that, but you have to know you have to take account of the fact that if the DRS actually manages to take the fight and win it off, alongside of the fact that okay, it is whether the Tribe AEROMACY or the KOM. Remember this, then DRS will be a force that cannot be stopped. You need both of your teams' power to overpower the DRS at this point, because that's what the mindset for these guys are. They have nothing to lose. At this point, they are into the top position. Yes, they can take those fights. They can take those aggressions. They're already in the top 3. They still have their number 1 position secured. So what's stopping them from taking the fight? The only thing that's stopping them from taking the fight is the fact that they want to do it with as much points as they can possibly get with those eliminations. And there we go. Example, starting the fight, Giante with the rig knockdown. A single grenade is going to mark the elimination of KOM. This is what I was talking about. This is going to be a force that you are not a need to reckon with. Example, with the single grenade is going to mark the elimination of KOM. 4 eliminations so far for the single guy. Delta with 3, 2 for Giante. Now moving forward, a beautiful angle. He's going to take 1 player down, the 2 players down of the Team AST, and it's over. Tribe AEROMACY has been eliminated. We have the winner chicken dinner, ladies and gentlemen. DRS on the match number 5. In fact, technically, the second last match, match number 4 of the PMNCs, the main show matches.
Oh my goodness, I was at the edge of my seat there. Nerve-wracking experience for the top 3, and a commanding performance coming from DRS and Erangel. They bounce back in style, claiming victory with a staggering 13 elimination points. So plus 10, that is a total of 23 points. So an absolute masterclass in aggressive gameplay here, in precision under pressure. This win definitely reaffirms their championship caliber, consistency, and hunger to dominate, even as the leaderboard race gets tighter. So with the elimination stacking up and momentum on their side, DRS has made it crystal clear. They're not just here to play, they're here to win. So this round was all about making a statement, and DRS has delivered one loud and clear. As we head into the next match, the final match for the PMNC, the question is now, can anyone rise to the challenge to this powerhouse of a squad?
Oh, who's gonna cover up to this powerhouse of the squad? Because I don't think so that there is any force at this point with this chicken dinner, with this 12 elimination chicken dinner, 22 points. NEPX was the one that was on the hashtag number 2, right? And if they do manage to secure 30 points, 32 points into a single match, into the next to every match, then we can say, yeah, maybe DRS might be taken down from the throne that they're in. But you have to remember the factor. The NEPX couldn't secure a single point in this match. 1 or 2 points, there is a possibility that they could have secured for themselves, but they got eliminated early. Meaning, not only the other teams also have a chance of securing that top position against the NEPX as well. There is also the possibility of the factor that, yeah, someone is fighting for that second spot as well. Someone has already dethroned NEPX from the second spot too, and NEPX needs to like do something really good from this point onward if they want to survive. But there we go. This was the final nail in the coffin that we saw, that we witnessed when it was going to be the MVP with 7 elimination, 746 from the Tribe AEROMACY. Even though Tribe AEROMACY couldn't get that chicken dinner, the MVP still goes over there.
Yeah, I mean, KOM and Tribe AEROMACY for the sheer effort and grit. That was such a great display from this round. Tribe AEROMACY in particular, I mean, they showed incredible tenacity, finished strong in second place and racking up a double-digit score. Obviously, their aggressive plays and smart positioning all throughout the game kept them in contention up until the very end. It is this kind of performance that solidifies their reputation as a team capable of delivering under pressure. KOM, on the other hand, proved once again why they have been consistently strong throughout the PMNC. Their rotation and eliminations, of course, highlighted their calculated approach to the game. While, yes, they did not claim the top spot this time, their resilience and ability to adapt to a fast changing dynamics definitely ensured their performance here for this round. So they stayed competitive, adding another solid chapter to their grand final story, and both teams have shown that success at this stage. Again, it's not just about the skill, it's about the effort, the focus, and the ability to rise to the occasion when the stakes are high. And with performance like Killer of Mountain and Tribe AEROMACY, they're making it clear that they're here to fight for every single point as the finals definitely heat up. And if we're looking at the numbers here, just look at that. I mean, this 3 amazing teams manages to end the game with a double-digit score.
They did, and that's so good. That is so good at this time. The way this match came to a conclusion. DRS 22, 19 for Tribe AEROMACY, SHREEPECH 9, with the top 2 having so many points, and then from the top 3 we closed down to so less of the player of action. It is not that good that we are saying, but ladies and gentlemen, this is the second page. NEPX, RC32, Royal Dragon, they're not going to have a single point for their name. We, TM7, going to have 1, RLX 2, 3 for JUTTI Squad, T2K with the 3, and LOD NEXUS with the 4 points. Of the match ranking, we're not going to have the overall ranking from this point onward. Remember this, ladies and gentlemen, because we also did not see the overall ranking whatsoever over there. But Andy, now from this point onward, the final match is all that's going to count for the DRS, for the NEPX, for the Tribe AEROMACY, and all those names that are super close with just 2-3 points of a difference of securing that number 2 or the number 1 position.
Oh man, all I can say is that, you know, this was definitely like a tough round for both Royal Dragon and NEPX. Both teams scored 0 to such a crucial stage in the PMNC, and for Royal Dragon, who's been showing steady from throughout the tournament, you know, the result means that their momentum might have taken a hit. You know, they'll need to recalibrate quickly and focus on securing high points in the upcoming matches to keep their hopes alive for the top 2 finish. And as for NEPX, this 0-point match, Torix, follows an earlier round where they also kind of struggled, and it is a major setback for a team that was fighting to reclaim the top spot. Consecutive scoreless performance. Like, this could seriously derail their chances, and their confidence might take a hit. I mean, the pressure to deliver in the next matches is now at an all-time high. So overall, this isn't the end for either of the team, but it's definitely crunch time. They'll have to shake off this round, stay composed, and go all in with aggressive strategic plays to salvage their positions. With PMSL slots at stake, every elimination and placement point is now more critical than ever. But of course, we're going to find out who will be crowned champions for the finals of the PMNC as soon as we get back. Ladies and gents, please don't go away.
लास्टै फास्ट रहेछ यार
भाइ ढिलो आयो तर कडा आयो
Let it. Let it. Let it. Let it.
Great news! The Selection Lucky Spin has been completely reworked. Pick your own rewards. Enjoy massive discounts. Select total draw rewards. Increase your chances of drawing your desired items. Come take a look. Tap here and choose Selection Lucky Spin to go to the event page. This Lucky Spin event introduces a completely new draw experience. Choose items according to your preferences. To form your own prize pool. After making your selection, you get a discounted 10 draw that's only valid during the event. The draw costs only 300 UC. Furthermore, first daily single draws during the event cost only 10 UC. It's a super sweet deal. As you continue drawing, you'll get total draw crates. Different quality total draw crates require drawing different amounts. Reach a certain number of draws to get the corresponding total draw crate. The higher the crate's quality, the more valuable its rewards. Get tons of material rewards with a single 10 draw. Most importantly, when opening crates, priority is given to items you don't already own, so you don't need to worry about getting something you've already drawn. Just have fun drawing rewards. It's super easy to get your desired items. Doesn't that sound amazing? What are you waiting for? Event period, April 18th, 2025 through May 15th, 2025. Join the Selection Lucky Spin event now.
Rondo is here. Are you overwhelmed by all it has to offer? In this video, we'll be going over one of its unique features. Rondo is much larger compared to other maps, and it has features that other maps don't have. For example, in Erangel, throwing a frag grenade won't destroy the terrain, yet in Rondo, doing the same thing blasts a hole in the ground. Other than frag grenades, you can also destroy terrain with pickaxes and vehicle explosions. They each shape the terrain at different speeds. Frag grenades are the quickest. Just toss it and let it explode. Vehicle explosions are next, which also leave behind wreckage that provides cover. Pickaxes are slowest. It takes a lot of swings to dig a pit. All three methods let you create a temporary shelter to hide in, which gives you a greater chance at survival. When you're in trouble, you can rest at the cover you created. Note that in Rondo, only the ground can be terraformed. Buildings, water, and cement are indestructible. During combat, you can create a hiding space for yourself and wait for enemies to come close to catch them unawares. If you're in an open area with minimal cover, try using a smoke grenade first to obstruct your enemy's vision. Then create a temporary shelter in the ground with a frag grenade before attacking. With a vehicle, you can exit it and attack it from a distance.
Hey, are you okay?
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I am so like into the zone of the game that the last match that happened, it was so intense. But yes, it is the final match now, ladies and gentlemen. From this point onward, the way that everything ended, the match number 4 ended of the final match, it was amazing. But now, thank you, Andy, once again for bringing me back into the reality. Dragging me back into the reality. We are here, ladies and gentlemen, with 2025 PMNC South Asia Spring with you guys. It's me, Torix, and with me once again, it is the one and only Red Queen Andy with every single match that you have witnessed of PMNC South Asia.
Yep, you're right. This is the final showdown of the PMNC South Asia, and we're back on Miramar for what promises to be an absolutely electrifying round. Coming off the intense action in the previous match, we saw DRS take control with a stellar 13 elimination victory, reasserting their dominance when it mattered most. Tribe AEROMACY stayed strong, looking in second place with their double-digit score, while KOM showcased their resilience yet again. On the flip side, okay, NEPX Royal Dragon struggled, scoring 0 points. A tough blow for both teams, especially NEPX, who had been fighting to reclaim the top spot. This final round is their absolute last chance to turn things around and salvage their dreams of PMSL glory. Now, as we head into Miramar, expect nothing less than an all-out aggression and calculated chaos. This map's open terrain and long-range engagements make it the perfect stage for teams to take bold risk and go for those high elimination plays. So buckle up, this is it. Miramar is about to push these teams to the limits, and we are ready to witness the kind of performances that will seal their legacy in this tournament. Let's get into it and watch history unfold.
Last match, ladies and gentlemen, the final very match right here. And oh my god, I am so excited for this Miramar. But talking about the play line, first and foremost, it is near the Puerto Paraíso, going all the way towards the Oasis, kind of into the middle area. So the teams are definitely into a decent, I would say, spot so far. But the main concerning factor is the circle, the final circle of the PMNC, ladies and gentlemen, the 2025 spring that will mark its territory. On which land? Is it going to be north, east, south, or the western side? Please, please, I need the final circle to be dramatic. Go in the water. Go in the water.
We want a deja vu moment, right? I mean, if you guys missed that, the circle actually went to the far eastern side of the map, which includes those 2 small islands that we can see on the screen. So that could be intense.
come
But
on.
unfortunately, Torix, it went a little down right there in the middle. So, just kidding. But anyway, yeah, let's be honest. I believe it's a little bit occupied. Here we got at least 3 teams that is closer to proximity. Tribe AEROMACY, LOD, and also the boys of RC3 too. RLX might join into the mix as well. So technically we do have 4 teams that are pretty close to one another. And speaking of RLX, well, Fabs manages to put one down on the ground, but no confirmation just yet. HAINA, on the other hand, also find themselves pretty close with the boys of TM7, so an altercation definitely will happen.
I mean, yeah, the altercations will definitely happen at this point, but so far, we're just into the 2 minutes of the game, and already the RLX, SHREEPECH, they're close to the proximity against each other. They're close against each other, trying to make it out of the way for themselves. Look at Destro closing in with just the Uzi at this point, and I don't think so. That's a good choice. But there we go. The Uzi got shot. The player is just the one. Oh my god, that kind of gave me a Tomb Raider kind of vibe. But oh my god, that just jumped right into your own demise from this point onward, man. That was not the way to go. But yes, you did go out with kind of like a bang. But now Sana, 1897, shotgun, SHREEPECH trying to hold the way down. They're making sure that the player is kind of gets stuck into the open side area. He can't get back into the cover, but there we go. Sana confirming those eliminations. 3 eliminations so far. Thabs is the guy that is right now knocked down. The grenade is being cooked. Zenz, can you manage to get a connection on towards the players at 2 seconds, 1 second? We do have to see what's gonna happen. The grenade is gonna get the connection. Sana is getting taken down. Dilla, the solo guy, the final guy that is alive. Now everything was residing on this person. The shoulder is no longer even close, remotely close to the team.
Oh man, okay, no chance there now. RLX will be perhaps, the first team to be taken out. Same thing goes for SPE, because also SPE down to their last surviving member. But let's take a look at what is happening with HAINA Esports at the moment, because they are also fighting tooth and nail up against another team, and those are, of course, up against a TM7. Obviously, Himson was able to get a point done, but the fight is not over just yet. And again, if we're going to be comparing, of course, the amount of what is like at stake for both of the teams here, HAINA has much a bigger thing to lose compared to TM7, just because of their overall position. So I feel like TM7 is okay. We don't have anything to lose for now, so might as well just really go for it and have ourselves a grand time. And okay, so Nitro continues to flesh out. Of course, players coming from HAINA. Slayer is staying composed and pretty confident. I mean, if you want to eat, okay, you will have to fight for your food here. You just have to come inside this building and take it for yourself. Because HAINA, they're not going to move. They are not the one being on the offense side. They are just going to be defensive at this point. But as for TM7, the hesitation right there is pretty much understandable just because of the fact that they don't exactly know where their opponents are. And at this point, perhaps, they're really taking into consideration, of course, what would be the best thing to do to approach the situation. T2K, man, they're up against KOM at the moment. And we've seen just how explosive T2K can be in a match. And we're still hoping to see the same kind of T2K that we've seen from the earlier match, scoring them a total of 28 points from a round. So T2K going up against KOM. Let's see who's going to be winning the fight.
Oh my god, we do have to see who's going to win the fight at this point, because T2K, they're kind of pushing towards together, in fact, and that's a good thing. 2-2 split against team of KOM, but to KOM, they're also ready. They're also, like, completely ready at this point. The Molotov is going to go. It's definitely going to do some splash damage upon the players. He is definitely going to suffer, but the grenade, Turulov, could have been eliminated, but and he got the knockdown confirmed and then went out. Oh my god, come on. You still can't manage to get that knockdown onto the player that was just 1 HP. But oh my god, Ajaya, you came a little to the late side. Why? You could have sprayed into the angle. You could have eliminated the guy, but no, you kind of went on towards a little bit too late. Made sure that the guy that was knocked out, Igneous, gets a full finisher on his side. This is not good. This is not good whatsoever. But we have Orpheus getting elimination from the hand of HAINA ESPORTS as well. So HAINA, whereas they are down to the last player, you can see them. They are trying to get out with a bang as well.
I thought it was going to be SPE or perhaps, who is it? I thought it was Arlex going to be taken out first in the game, but it was KOM. And they have been doing so good, in the previous matches, so I really thought they have had all of the momentum down here for the final round. But anyway, let's check out what is going to happen with HAINA with that attack, and it's just a good thing that TM7 was able to win that fight. I mean, I cannot even believe HAINA wasn't able to defend themselves just because, TM7 wasn't even aware of the fact that they're at the top of the stairwell there. But I guess he was a little slow on the trigger compared to Admiral of TM7. And now TM7 was able to survive the clash up against HAINA and was able to bag 4 points for themselves.
4 points, and TM7, this is one good thing. This is one good thing that we are definitely seeing. And right with this, now back to the fight. We are down to the top 14 teams, ladies and gentlemen. The two teams that now will not have the chance of securing those top 2 positions, at the very least, HAINA and KOM. The things are getting clearer and clearer.
Yeah, things are really heating up fast here towards the final match on Miramar. Again, KOM has already been taken out as the first team to be eliminated. A tough end to their campaign after showing strong efforts throughout the PMNC. And HAINA wasn't far behind as the second team to drop, marking a disappointing exit for the squad, to be honest, that had such a promising highs earlier. Meanwhile, SB and RLX are hanging by a thread here, to be exact. But it's still a good thing that they manages to pull through to their last remaining players. I mean, it's crunch time for them. Not only them, but for all the teams here. One wrong move and they're out of the running. With Miramar's unforgiving terrain here, and again with all the duels intensifying, the pressure is definitely building up for the remaining teams. And the one thing to do here is to just go with the flow and capitalize on the chaos that has been happening all throughout the map of Miramar.
The fights are happening throughout the Miramar, ladies and gentlemen. Mystic Caesar, so far on our screen, with the 4-man that they're kind of into a really, really great position. Look at the circle and look at the position of the team MTD Twisted 4. They're kind of inside at the very center, but RG, Royal GURKHAS, near the team of Royal Dragons, that fight that can actually ensue and can actually happen. And there's also another one, RLX, right on the southern side of the safe zone area, where they're kind of close to another proximity of the team. These are the two places that I can potentially see the fight may occur. Aside from that, DRS, they have a very amazing position, very delicate position. They can just hold it out there. All DRS has to do is now play this match super safe. After that chicken dinner, they will definitely have to play this match super safe, so they can have that number 1 position maybe and for themselves. But the fight is still gonna continue for the number 2 position, the second slot for the PMSL.
Here we go. Since we do not have exactly the overall rankings being flashed onto the screen here, again, we're completely clueless as to like which team is really at the top spot. So that actually makes this PMNC last round very interesting for each and every one of us. I mean, I don't even know who's actually leading the fight. But anyway, T2K already suffered a loss here. Ineos out of the game. Total Love bags to 2 points. So we're looking at the total 4 elimination points for the side of Trained to Kill. They are at the foot of a mountain right here. There are 2 teams right above them, and I believe one of them is Royal Dragons. And just looking at the situation, okay, Royal Dragons still a complete squad here. No gunshots just yet, so it's pretty vanilla at this point. Everyone is killing nothing but time, so I feel like, you know, everyone is really being cautious at this point and not making any rush decisions. But coming off the kill feed, it's RLX versus SPE, so there you go. Both of the teams that we did mention just a while ago already had an exchange, and RLX seems to have lost the fight, and now they're the 3rd team to be taken out of the equation, and SPE remains to be alive and still has a chance to get to the latter stages of the game. So those 2 teams that we were talking about just moments ago, so Royal Dragons might have a clash with the Royal GURKHAS. Now this is such a great spot here, Torx, to be in all consideration, just because it is like a mountain range in Picado. T2K obviously needs to get up, but it's going to be an uphill battle for the team. And just look at that. Mystic Twisted from Bhutan is eyeing that peak of the mountain as well. So it's a battle on like who's going to be king of the mountains here.
It definitely is a battle for who's going to have the mountain ranges for themselves. But look at the shots. Look at the shots. Not a single connection. What is going on? We haven't got that connection on towards these players. This is not looking good. This is not looking good whatsoever. But there we go. Another shot trying to reach out the positions of the players. No connectivity whatsoever. True Love, all the shots that this guy has done, they're all in Wayne so far. This is not good, but LOD Nexus now close to the TM7 Admirals of both parties throwing the grenade. The Wimpy low on that HP. I don't think so that Wimpy is gonna survive this wrath of that blue zone area. He only has bandages so far. He's gonna heal himself with the bandages, and after that, he is gonna go for that healing with that full first aid kit.
It's going to be a tough battle right now between LOD Nexus and TM7, but Beast was able to deliver. One of them got knocked down, and that would be Wimpy, but it's still A-okay for the side of LOD Nexus. Just because they survived the fight, they now have the time to pick up their teammate. Looking at the 12 teams remaining at stage 3 here, we still got 1 minute and 15 seconds on the clock before we hit stage 4. From the kill feed, there's a couple of players getting knocked down on the ground, but yeah, TM7 out of the game. HAINA, RLX, 4 Death Machines, KOM. Those are the teams that, well, already got the boot of the final round here in PMNC. And as for the side of Royal Dragons, this is, again, a great vantage point to begin with. So I do hope they packed a lot of resources, because I don't see them coming down from this spot, because if you drop at the top, then that could mean suicide for the team.
That definitely can mean the suicide for the team. You're the only guy, SHREEPECH. But also, Krish is also in that kind of an angle where if he goes down, he will definitely go back up. to the lobby from that point onward. But we have Royal GURKHAS, ladies and gentlemen. Mamba is into the vicinity trying to shoot down with the 8 times Mini 14. No connections. Okay, just a single connection. And imagine that could have been the headshot. It could have been enough maybe to take the player down. But Psycho now once again with the 8 times scope trying to look out into the long ranges. He's not going for those close ranges fights and everything. He has to. Let's see. Okay, what's going to happen from this point onward? Arc on the top of the mountain. He's just chilling, and the best part is that he has the height and the circle.
Just to give you guys an idea about which of this amazing 16 teams was able to score a chicken dinner for today, that will be HAINA, NEPX, T2K, HORA, and DRS. So this is the final round here, ladies and gents. And what's the... Okay, I'm a little bit confused, and I just wanted to ask you, Torix. Does the points from Rondo map
No, it doesn't
included in the overall
No,
points? No. Was that okay? So that was just a show match with HORA
Yes.
Esports, and it's just a great thing, you know, because HORA got invited to participate in the Rondo map, and they were able
They
to
won that.
actually finish at the top, right? So it was a clear, convincing win on the side of HORA Esports, which makes them, you know, one of the high and fast rising teams in Nepal. Now, getting back into the action, boom, goes down OG of T2K with that massive shot right there. So, but I mean, it's still okay. Jaius right there, you know, he got you. He's gonna go for a revive definitely because you guys still have that time. JUTTI squad, however, manages to spot down the boys of the NEPX, and Tamang, as you can see on the screen here, is just doing a rabid spray up against NEPX Esports, making it hard for them to get inside the circle. I mean, it is such an open space, and just look at that. Tamang is making sure that that buggy right there will be of no use for the side of NEPX.
Oh my god, it's definitely going to be of no use whatsoever. But now, ladies and gentlemen, the top 10 teams is on our screen. T2K, 7 elimination. RC32, 2. RG, 4-man, solo elimination. Mystic, MTD Twisted with 1 elimination, 4-man. DRS! Where's the DRS? That is what I want to see. Where is the DRS and what are they doing at this point in time? I want to see them. I want to know where they are. But aside from that, there's the tribe AEROMACY. RD is there. NEPX is also alive as a trio. JUTTI squad, full squad, 0 elimination. And last but not the least, on the very bottom, 0 elimination so far. I mean, all these teams with the 0 elimination is kind of right now at the bottom of this ranking. So, with this, LOD is down to the 3 players with 0 elimination.
Exactly. But anyway, here it comes to T2K, just really assessing the situation and waiting for every opportunity to present itself. In front of T2K Esports. Obviously, True Love went up against Nexus Beast with that massive spray, but yeah, he was able to inflict pain, but not enough to put him down just yet. But he knows exactly where to point his gun. He knows where LOD Nexus will be coming from, and that's already being cascaded to the rest of the team here. So far, T2K already managed to put up 7 elimination points, which is, of course, the highest so far in this round. And just to get you guys updated with everything that happened, SPE, before they exited the game, they managed to put 4 points in the bag. Same thing goes for TM7. As for HAINA, it was only 3. Same thing with RLX. So I don't know how exactly it's going to affect their overall status. We'll just have to wait and see.
We do have to wait and see, and we do have to know what's going to happen from this point onward, because the teams are definitely shooting against each other. They are definitely trying to like puff off those tap fires, tap those shots on towards the players, and trying to hope to get those eliminations for themselves. The main concerning factor is that while you're shooting, there's 10 total teams that are alive, and from that 10 teams, anyone, and I mean anyone, can spot you at any time. They just need a really great of an angle, and they will be able to take you down maybe with such ease that you might not be able to like convince yourself that, okay, how did this happen at this point? We were not expecting that. But so far, LOD Nexus got sent. He's going to heal himself back to the 75% HP. He needs to boost himself as soon as possible, but does he have enough boosters? Because so far I could only see 3 in fact, the soda cans into his name, the energy drinks. Doesn't have anything else, but DRS, they have finally been spotted. They are getting some shots connected on them. The headshot on Deontay, the second body shot. Master Dirty manages to make him down to the last minuscule HP, but he is so lucky that he survives, and DRS is still 4-man standing.
Yes, sir, they are. Okay, Royal Dragon definitely will not, of course, let go of this position, even if RC32 and as well as the boys of DRS will be heading towards that direction. They know that this part or this spot is essential to a great win on the side of the Royal Dragons. Now, 10 teams remaining, and again, T2K still at the top for this match alone, and Royal Dragon, of course, is holding down the fort here, just making sure that they can defend this very spot, at their best of their capability. Now, coming off of the kill feed, I think there's also one player knocked down coming from the side of Royal GURKHAS, and now Example manages to spot a couple players from the foot of the mountain there. He throws in a nade or perhaps a molly, but since we didn't see any confirmation happen on the kill feed, I'm pretty sure that, those players down at the foot of the mountain is pretty much safe at this point. XMPL still trying to make find a way here on how he can effectively do a massive counter onto Royal Dragons as well, and at the same time, those players that are right down below. As for DRS, they haven't put out any numbers just yet, but of course, it's not for the lack of trying. It is, of course, trying to find that right timing, right opportunity to pop those heads, and of course, DRS will definitely build that momentum that we have been waiting for. But as for Royal GURKHAS, okay, it's a good thing that they were able to pick up their teammate, because again, in this kind of critical moments in the PMNC finals, you have to have all of the firepower that you can best to put out there in the battlefield to make sure that you can stay competitive and even win for this final round.
Oh my god, that is totally true. That is totally true at this point. But from now on, we do have to now spot down all the facts and figurines, because this is stage number 6. Already, you don't have enough, particular positioning side that can put you into the safe area. So you have to be very careful on whatever you're gonna do and whatever you're gonna move on from this point onward. You can already see at the eastern corner, there's RD, there's the DRS, there's the RC32, there's the T2K, and the Redeem cost into the vicinity as well that can actually potentially take the fight against all of these particular players, all these engagements that can potentially happen. But what we can do see is the fact that it is going to be such an amazing fight. It is going to be a chain reaction for the teams. One team is going to get eliminated, second team is going to come on, third team is definitely going to engage onto the fact as well. But NEPX is losing their players as the main. Rex gets eliminated. It is all over for the team NEPX.
Oh man, what happened? My goodness, I cannot even believe that just happened. Oh man. Okay, so how many points? 0 again? Okay. Let's just focus on the action that is happening on the screen at the moment, because JUTTI squad now prepared to go up against Royal Dragons, and Claw has been throwing a lot of nades up against this team, which is of course inflicting a lot of damage onto the side of JUTTI squad. But JUTTI squad remains to be defensive. They remain to be quite strong from this clash, and JUTTI of course is just waiting for that right timing as well to retaliate up against Royal Dragons. And let me just add this fact that Royal Dragon is just not managing one team. I mean, we're talking about a lot of teams here gunning for that very spot where Royal Dragons is currently staying, and Delta is trying to find an angle here, of course trying to put down either frag or suba from Royal Dragons. If he can be successful, then that could pave the way for the other team to kind of move forward as well. It could mean a trouble for the side of Royal Dragon.
The proximity, what we are seeing is the Royal Dragon going for those grenade angles, throwing the grenades on towards the enemy side, but no connection. Yeah, it was a splash damage. Now that the team JUTTI squad knows exactly what they're up against at this particular angle, they know they don't need to push that much into the proximity that they can get eliminated. So DRS, they also need to move inside of that circle. They also need to enter that safe zone area for themselves. Royal Dragon is waiting for the opportunity. As soon as the Royal Dragon is gonna, in fact, DRS is gonna show their face, Royal Dragon is gonna be one of the few teams that's gonna actually completely shoot all the 40 bullets onto their heads, onto their bodies. There we go. One player knocked out. Killer YT is on his knees. Now, Frag, it's up to you. Go forward. I would say right at this time. You don't want DRS to like survive, get more points from this point onward. The grenade goes over there. Delta gets taken down. And now Gyante, as he's given the revive, will Gyante be able to do that? Will Gyante be able to get that revival done? Because on the backside, there is the JUTTI squad as well coming on to the Royal Dragons angles. Frag slowly approaching in into the situation. 7 seconds once again before the circle closes on, before the circle takes another shift, and everyone is going to be like running for their lives inside of that circle. As a grenade goes over, it's not gonna hit. Wait a second. Well, that was a grenade. No, but no, like bursting sound. No grenade trajectory, but killer YT. Oh my god. Now this is a grenade. This is a grenade claw. Second grenade goes over, but no connection.
It is already getting intense, for this stage alone. It is very important that DRS manages to stay at the top for this round, or they could potentially lose the top spot in the PMNC finals. And Royal Dragon is really putting up an incredible fight to hold their spot, really fending off at least 5 other teams. I mean, with Middlemarch trademark high ground advantage in their favor, they're in a prime position here towards to control the pace of the game. But let's not forget, of course, defending the high ground can be as dangerous as it is advantageous. So one wrong rotation or getting third-parted could turn the table. So Royal Dragon must do everything that they can to defend this spot. And you know what? DRS is also doing the same thing, but there's a lot of pressure to consider because the Blue Reaper is already on its way, of course, to take them out of the competition as well. Delta falls victim to the play zone. We got 2 to love on the ground. Same thing goes for Ajay, and it's all because of the Royal GURKHAS.
Oh my goodness! The Royal GURKHAS making a third-party angle and getting all those favorable points. Example gets eliminated by the hand of the law. You can see the top 5 now from this point onward, ladies and gentlemen. It is AST, RT, RG, T2K, and MTD Twisted 4. Oh my goodness! This is the top 5 for the final match, ladies and gentlemen. There is no other matches from this point onward. You only are gonna have this one single chance. These top 5s are only gonna have one single chance of getting that winner chicken dinner.
Oh my goodness, my head is spinning right at this moment, Torix. Royal GURKHAS cycle currently down on the ground. 8 elimination points for the team. This is a monumental development. I mean, DRS getting eliminated is a game changer in the overall rankings. And now T2K has taken the boot as well. And as a team, been a dominant force throughout the PMNC finals. Their early exit here for this fight in this stage is quite phenomenal, I can say. What could this mean in the overall rankings here, Torix? Now Mystic coming from Bhutan, man, they are still alive, they are still kicking, they're still trying to make it happen, not just for the team but for the whole region, for the whole of Bhutan. We can see that Royal GURKHAS as well, Royal Dragon Tribe, AEROMACY still fighting for their lives here to get that final chicken dinner for the PMNC. Rig is doing his best, of course, to shut down any players from the Royal Dragons, but with this kind of distance, it could be hard for a knockdown to happen. They need to get a little closer, but judging from this angle, they are now currently at the edge of the circle here. They could go for the zone control, but it could be hard to pull off as well.
Andy, choose 2 teams that will be maybe on the number 1 and the number 2. I'm going to ask you after the winner of a chicken dinner, but for right now, ladies and gentlemen, we're into the top 4. AST Venom is going to get knocked out by the hand of Croatia. Royal GURKHAS, they're not stopping. They are constantly going on with their aggression, with their aggressive stances, and you can definitely see how aggressive that they are into the close range vicinity. They're throwing the grenades now on the backside. There's the Royal Dragon. Maybe looking at the Team Tribe AEROMACY as well. Once again, a grenade goes over there. It's definitely going to do some small amount of damage onto the player. Second grenade, well, definitely may mark the elimination. But oh my god, the player barely survived. They need to heal themselves as soon as possible. But oh no, the third party, ladies and gentlemen. A Royal Dragons taking down Trix. The grenade goes over there. Rig. Oh, he just managed to heal himself back to the 75, and instantly in that he's back onto that 1 HP side, going for the revive. AEROMACY once again may just well be a full man resetted. Royal Dragons, now they need to move ahead. They need to get in that circle vicinity, ladies and gentlemen. This is not the chance. This is not the time to slack down. This is the time to push with everything that you have. This is the time to play with every single fiber of your being that you can possibly give out the best game of your life at this point, because the PMSL qualification is on the line. We saw how close every other team was on the hashtag number 2, so the hashtag number 2 fight is definitely going to be a super hard one on whosoever wins this fight. They increase their chances almost by 5 to 10%, 10 times in fact at this point, to get into the top number 2 spot, whether it's AEROMACY, whether it's the Royal Dragon, whether it's the RG, whether it's the MTD Twisted.
It all boils down to how the remaining teams navigate this critical moment. One thing's for sure, this final round just got even more intense. AEROMACY, we got a couple players with a little disadvantage just because they're low in HP, but Royal GURKHAS remains strong. Krish, however, caught a nade, and now Royal GURKHAS down to 3 members. Mystic, of course, trying to apply a lot of pressure onto the side of Royal Dragons just because they are on a descent coming from the top of that mountain just a while ago. But you know what? AEROMACY is capitalizing on this situation, putting down a couple players coming from the side of Mystic, and a Royal Dragon frag is also on the move here to finish the job. Was able to bag some points, and now Mystic is in a world of trouble here, as we are only looking at Uncle as the last remaining player, but he is still managing to, of course, defend himself up against Royal Dragon, calling it to step away from that situation just because he got pretty low in HP, and that was it for the Royal Dragon, down to AEROMACY and Royal GURKHAS. This is a fight for their lives.
This is a fight for their lives. We're in fact down to the top 2, in fact 3 versus 3 scenario, ladies and gentlemen. The both parties are going actually for the fight. Engagements. Everything's happening. Someone needs to go that revival done. Someone needs to get that revival done, but the single grenade is gonna take 2. Oh, no! Now, from this point onward, the circle is for no one. The circle is for no one. The DBS is gonna make the connections, but AST is not gonna be able to, in fact, to back those eliminations. It's going to be Royal GURKHAS getting those a winner chicken dinner of the match number 6, ladies and gentlemen. The final match of the day. It is the Royal GURKHAS for you guys, but my main concerning factor, once again, because we couldn't see them, I want to know how many eliminations they got, because at this point, not only the chicken dinner is important, but the elimination, the amount of points that you're gonna have for the elimination is gonna determine whether you're gonna be into the top 2 or not.
Oh man, that was a pretty intense, you know, the kind of game, the kind of trade-off that we do expect for the final end zone here in Miramar. I mean, they really fought each other up to the very last breath. They all came out swinging, guns blazing, but at the end of that round, it was, of course, the Royal GURKHAS who remained at the top of their game. So it's a total of how many points? 13 elimination points for the Royal GURKHAS plus a chicken dinner. So we're talking about 23 points in total for this round alone. So we do wonder, I wonder, how this is going to affect their overall gameplay in the leaderboard. We don't exactly know who's going to be sent to the PMSL with those 2 coveted slots for this tournament, but this is such an amazing thing to see, even for the Mystic Twisted from Bhutan. I mean, up until the end, they gave their best just to make sure that they performed extremely well for this round alone.
I mean, every team tried their level best, and what we can say, they did their level best whatsoever. That is one thing that we know for sure. But yeah, this is the highlight moments, ladies and gentlemen. LOD Nexus, they were the one that get 4 death machines out of the game. I really love the fact the angle that Royal Dragon had against the team at DRS at one point, but it kind of got into the way of their own performance as well at one point in time. But into the top 4, into the top 3 that we were, it was AEROMACY, it was the Mystic Twisted, it was the Royal Dragon, and the Royal GURKHAS. And Royal GURKHAS at the very end got those eliminations and the chicken dinner. But yeah, I have to give it to AEROMACY, the way that they actually like played out into the top 4, they were the only team that did damage, that did the knockdown to every single one of the team. If Rig had more bullets into his DBS, into the fact, I would have said that, yeah, he had been able to, like, maybe secure that elimination. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We have the champions of the 2025 PMNC South Asia Spring. It is the DRS, the real soldiers, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay. Yes.
That was quite a anticlimactic from your side.
It's okay, it's okay. But yeah, I think everyone is just excited because of the fact that DRS was successful in getting the top spot, you know, from PMNC South Asia. It was a tough battle. It wasn't as easy as it looks, you know, for the side of the DRS. We've seen a couple of up and down moments from the side of the real soldiers. We almost thought that, you know, they're going to get thrown at some point in the competition, but they remained resilient, they remained disciplined, and they remained motivated to get the top spot. And now I think DRS was able to break the curse. I mean, we talked about the fact that, you know, every team that actually did good during the playoffs always not as successful in the grand finals, but DRS already broke that curse. They are now the champions of the PMNC.
PMNC's champion, ladies and gentlemen. But before we talk more about them, let's talk about the match ranking and talk about the hashtag number 2. So far, it is the Royal GURKHAS 23 points in a single game. The last game of the match, T2K managed to secure 13, Tribe AEROMACY with the 11, MTD Twisted 4, 10 points, Royal Dragons with 8, 4 for the DRS, SHREEPECH, and VETM 7. This is the first chart. Going into the second one, we are definitely going to see a lot of zeros. That I can say for sure. A lot of zeros. But
oh man,
the way Royal GURKHAS played, I do believe they still have a chance of getting into the number 2. Hashtag number 2. Because this is what it was. This was the situation that Royal GURKHAS, they were, last time we saw them, they were somewhere into the top 10. Within the top 10, right? Chicken dinner was what they needed, and the top 10 was so, like, on the congested side that even a single point was enough to, like, break or make the momentum for the team, for the name, to get into them the more higher positioning of the overall ranking. But HAINA ESPORTS 3, RLX 3, RC32 with the 2, JUTTI squad with the 1, and NEPX. Oh my god, NEPX, the team that manages to take down the DRS name into, like, match 2 matches before the Rondo, or after even the Rondo. Now, not only, like, they broke off their momentum, they completely shattered their momentum. Even in the last match, they could not even get a single point.
Yeah, and you know, we've always brought up the fact that NEPX Esports is really one heck of a team. You know, they're strong. I feel like NEPX has all the potential, to be honest, you know, to be like champions in the future. But it was an on and off situation for the side of NEPX, you know, when it comes to their consistency. And there you go, ladies and gents. What a finale to the PMNC South Asia Finals. After weeks of relentless battles, nail-biting eliminations, and unforgettable performances, of course, we can see on the screen that DRS has emerged as the champions of the tournament. You know, despite the chaos of the final round on Miramar, their sheer consistency and, of course, strategic brilliance throughout the competition solidified their top spot and earned them the crown. Followed, of course, by Tribe AEROMACY. And again, this is, of course, I can say by far the most consistent team who manages to secure a lot of points, not by getting the WWCDs, but just staying true to their formula of, like, getting the elimination points and placement points, and that was enough for Tribe AEROMACY to secure the second spot here. And they are now off to the PMSL to prove themselves to be one of the best teams in Nepal.
Oh, they definitely are, ladies and gentlemen. But here we go, our top performers. Even though DRS did manage to, like, take the champions title, Caesar is still going to be the top performer of the full overall 3 days of an action. 24 elimination, 5,316 damage to the guy. Then we have Killer with 25, 44, 68. Claw with 46, 24, 22 eliminations. And last but not the least, from the Royal Dragons, Zordi with 26 eliminations as well. These are the matches, ladies and gentlemen. These are the matches that got played tonight. HAINA Esports, NEPX, and then we had the Sandhawk match for T2K, in fact. And after that, it was Rondo. Aura Esports won it out, even though they were the invited team. They still got out with the bang. Then DRS with the Erangel, the second last match. And last but not the least, the one final match was for the Royal GURKHAS. But we have, ladies and gentlemen, our PMSL CSA Super League Central and South Asia top 2 teams that will be moving over there. These are the 2 names, AEROMACY and the champions of PMNC, the Real Soldiers, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations to these 2.
Man, that was quite a journey there in the PMNC South Asia. I mean, in the end, again, it was really DRS emerged as champions, claiming the top spot with their unwavering consistency and, of course, brilliance across every stage of the tournament. I mean, despite facing setbacks, including a rare early elimination in the final round, their dominant performances throughout the event secured their rightful place in the PMSL, cementing their legacy as one of the best teams in South Asia. As for NEPX's story, it was a dramatic highs and challenging lows. They dethroned DRS at one point with a massive performance that, of course, showcased their their potential to dominate. However, the back-to-back scoreless rounds in the final stretch proved costly, keeping them out of the top 2 overall standings and ultimately denying them a spot in the PMSL. So NEPX's journey reminds us how unforgiving these finals can be, where even flashes of brilliance need sustained momentum to succeed. But as for Tribe AEROMACY, again, deserves high praise for their relentless efforts, finishing second in the last round with a double-digit score, proving why they're one of the rising forces in the region. But that was it, guys. After 6 matches, that was a wrap, for the PMSL finals.
I mean, that was the wrap. The 6 matches, the 5, in fact, for the game, and 1 for the show match of the day, number 3. We have the champions of our complete PMNC. And what a game it was. What an amazing game it was for all of these names. They did everything that they could possibly do till the very end. And I have to give credit to these guys on this. But yes, the ones that didn't qualify, you're still gonna have a little bit of the prize pool. You're still gonna get those prize pool for yourself. And on top of that, you had a learning curve. Do not get disheartened on this. There will be more chances. And telling you guys with the chances, let me tell you once again what we have in store for you. We have the registrations for the PMTG Season 2, ladies and gentlemen, live right now from this point onward. The link is in the live chat and in the description as well. So go over there. Only limited time slots. Limited slots available. The last date for the registration is the 25th May. So make sure you do register your squad, your team, before that for the PMTG Season number 2, because from the PMTG Season number 2, we will have the seeding slot for the PMNC South Asia Finals. PMNC, once again, the fall will have the slots just like this one, where the Season 1 of the PMTG, the training grounds, had the slots for the PMNC as well. And on the top 1 teams from the PMTG, right here, this team, the team that got the champion, the top 1, they did got a PMTG Pro slot. Oh my god. So DRS not only won the PMSL slot, they won the PMTG Pro Season 2 slots, and that massive prize pool that was, I do believe so, of $10,000 distribution. I don't remember exactly how much it was, but it was definitely a hefty amount.
You know what, Torix, this tournament has been a showcase of skill, strategy, and of course, heart. It's been a thrilling ride filled with a lot of surprises, to be honest, bold plays and unforgettable moments. And as we look forward to the PMSL, DRS, and of course, Tribe AEROMACY carry the banner of South Asia, ready to represent the region. And on the next stage of competitive PUBG Mobile, it's gonna be a blast, that is for sure. So what an epic conclusion to an incredible PMNC finals, and I'm hopeful and of course happy that you guys enjoyed the show. You cheered for your favorite teams, for your favorite players. It was an unwavering support and love, not just for the teams but for your casters as well. So don't forget to subscribe to the YouTube channel for this of course great tournament. And also, while you guys are at it, don't forget to show us some love as well by following us on our social media platforms. Again, my name is Red Queen Andy. Down there you can see at the bottom of the screen here, just right below the cam, and of course Torix_1. We're very easy people to find. So until then, ladies and gents, thank you so much. Goodbye and good night.
लास्टै फास्ट रहेछ यार
भाइ ढिलो आयो तर कडा आयो।
Let it.
Great news! The Selection Lucky Spin has been completely reworked. Pick your own rewards. Enjoy massive discounts. Select total draw rewards. Increase your chances of drawing your desired items. Come take a look. Tap here and choose Selection Lucky Spin to go to the event page. This Lucky Spin event introduces a completely new draw experience. Choose items according to your preferences. To form your own prize pool. After making your selection, you get a discounted 10 draw that's only valid during the event. The draw costs only 300 UC. Furthermore, first daily single draws during the event cost only 10 UC. It's a super sweet deal. As you continue drawing, you'll get Total Draw Crates. Different quality Total Draw Crates require drawing different amounts. Reach a certain number of draws to get the corresponding Total Draw Crate. The higher the crate's quality, the more valuable its rewards. Get tons of material rewards with a single 10 draw. Most importantly, when opening crates, priority is given to items you don't already own, so you don't need to worry about getting something you've already drawn. Just have fun drawing rewards. It's super easy to get your desired items. Doesn't that sound amazing? What are you waiting for? Event period, April 18th, 2025 through May 15th, 2025. Join the Selection Lucky Spin event now.
Rondo is here. Are you overwhelmed by all it has to offer? In this video, we'll be going over one of its unique features. Rondo is much larger compared to other maps, and it has features that other maps don't have. For example, in Erangel, throwing a frag grenade won't destroy the terrain, yet in Rondo, doing the same thing blasts a hole in the ground. Other than frag grenades, you can also destroy terrain with pickaxes and vehicle explosions. They each shape the terrain at different speeds. Frag grenades are the quickest. Just toss it and let it explode. Vehicle explosions are next, which also leave behind wreckage that provides cover. Pickaxes are slowest. It takes a lot of swings to dig a pit. All three methods let you create a temporary shelter to hide in, which gives you a greater chance at survival. When you're in trouble, you can rest at the cover you created. Note that in Rondo, only the ground can be terraformed. Buildings, water, and cement are indestructible. During combat, you can create a hiding space for yourself and wait for enemies to come close to catch them unawares. If you're in an open area with minimal cover, try using a smoke grenade first to obstruct your enemy's vision. Then create a temporary shelter in the ground with a frag grenade before attacking. With a vehicle, you can exit it and attack it from a distance. After it explodes, use the terraformed ground and remaining wreckage to go after your enemies or rest. Head to Rondo now to experiment with this new feature.
के भइराछ यहाँ? सेटु बेब अब यस्तै हो सधैँभरि बेबे भनेर हुँदैन हैन अब काम पनि त गर्नु पर्यो हामीले ल ल टेक केयर बेब लभ यु ल मा खोइ केटाहरू कहाँ गएछ ओइ को छ रे को छ हौ भूत छ कि क्या हो हाँ भोरा दाइ टु स्लो क्या छ के भइराछ यहाँ भोरा दाइ कहाँ थिस् त खोइ सम्झना यो किन यस्तो फास्ट चलिरहेछ
हो र त हामी फास्ट छैन तपाईँ एकदम स्लो चलिरहेको हामी एकदम स्लो बोलिरहेको छौँ तपाईँको लागि
ए हावा कुरा नगर्न
हो र दाइले बिहेदेखि पब्जी खेलेको छैन जस्तो छ यता के भइसक्यो पब्जी मोबाइलको नेपालमा छुट्टै सर्भर आइसक्यो र पिङ पनि 30% फास्ट छ हामी सबै सुपर फास्ट भइसकेको छौँ तपाईँले एकचोटि पब्जी खोलेर हेर्नु त
लास्टै फास्ट रहेछ यार
दाइ ढिलो आयो तर कडा आयो